to have annual performance plans of the South African Human Rights Commission, Legal Aid South Africa, and Information Regulator tabled in front of the committee. I want to welcome you all in the meeting. I just continue to act on behalf of the chairperson who's taken.
Recording in progress.
In terms of the program, we're going to be starting with the South African Human Rights Commission. And I therefore want to welcome the chairperson of the commission. I hope he's here, together with his entire team, to invite them to lead us in the presentation. Just to indicate that you would have between 30 to 45 minutes for that presentation. But before I go there, I see a hand of Honorable Jele.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Team Chair. I just want to indicate that there will be somewhere where I will be quiet when I'm on the flight because I'm rushing back home, but I'll also after log in.
Thank you, Honorable Jele. Chairperson of the Commission, I now invite you to make your remarks and allow your team to present to us your annual performance plans. We have received the presentations and they are taken as read, but it's important that we hear you out. There might be issues of emphasis and detail that you want to take us through. And we therefore allow for that opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. My name is Bongani Majola, the Chairperson of the Commission, and I would like to greet the Honorable Chair, Honorable Janki, and the distinguished members of the Portfolio Committee. The South African Human Rights Commission is, of course, very grateful for the opportunity that we have been given to come and brief the Portfolio Committee on its strategic plan and the annual performance plan, as well as the budget for 2023 to 2024. The Commission is required to report to this body on its performance of its functions and related activities. Together with me before you today are all commissioners, including Commissioner Fatima Chauhan, the Deputy Chairperson, Angie Makwetla, Jonas Siwanyoni, Chris Nissen, and Commissioner Pilile Nduli will be joining us in a few minutes, as well as Commissioner Gao. Please allow me also then to introduce to you our new Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Husumuzi Mkhize, who joined the Commission on the 27th of March, 2027, and has hit the ground running. 2023, sorry.
I thought that he's still going to join us. I heard you saying 2027. It's like, hey, he's ahead of us.
Apologies. It's 2023. Chairperson, but he is here and he has started his work and is hitting the ground running. You may be aware that he is the former Director General of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. He therefore brings much needed experience and expertise to this commission. We are accompanied but also by other senior members of the Secretariat who, due to the scarcity of time, I am not going to introduce individually. Chairperson and honorable members, you may already be aware that the Commission has experienced a number of vacancies at senior level over the past 24 months. For some time, the Commission has operated, therefore, using acting appointments in positions such as the CEO, the Chief Operations Officer, the Chief Finance Officer, and several positions of Provincial Manager. These are vacancies that the Commission is deeply concerned about at the senior level, as they are the drivers of performance that is aimed at achieving the performance targets of the Commission and ultimately its performance plans. It is therefore critical that these key posts be filled as soon as possible, and we have tasked the new CEO with the filling of these posts as one of the first priorities for this financial year. Our annual performance plan talks about other constraints that the Commission has faced and continues to face, such as budgetary constraints. We intend to engage, however, with relevant departments to see how the Commission can be assisted so that it can have a bigger reach and improvement in the performance of its targets. And we also need to address weaknesses in the critical area of monitoring and evaluation, which has always remained under-resourced. These are some of the constraints that have moved us to review how we do things and keep in mind what is of greatest strategic importance. And we think that monitoring and evaluation is such a priority. The Secretariat will outline how we are dealing with those issues. We've given instruction that no target should remain unattended, especially if it is an important target. The presentation is in two parts, Chairperson and honorable members, the predetermined objectives on the one hand and the budget on the other. The CEO and his team will now take over from me, honorable members, and take the members and the committee through them. I thank you.
Chairperson, just before the CEO takes over, just if you can indicate, I'm not sure whether you have the full contingent of your commissioners as you are going through that list, and those that are not here, is there a reason why they are not joining you in this important session, which only happens once a year? You are muted. You are muted. You are muted.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are not physically all here, but my understanding is that all our commissioners are attending. And as I said, that Commissioner Nduli was going to be a little bit late. Commissioner Malaji, as the Portfolio Committee may know, resigned and left the Commission on the 31st of March 2023. But all commissioners are expected to be here. I see the names of some of them already on the screen, on the small screen. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and good morning. Good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I would like to also greet the Chairperson of the Commission and all the commissioners, as well as my colleagues who are here. As per the constraints of time, I will not waste time, but just indicate that the Chairperson has highlighted that the presentation is divided into two. I will therefore then ask my colleague who is responsible for the strategy and support and governance to just take the committee on the first part relating to the predetermined objectives. And then immediately, without anyone coming in between, our acting CFO, Mr. Lutendo Sipugu, will then take us through the finance, and then we will be handing back to the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much. Naomi.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. If you will allow me to share my screen. My name is Naomi Webster, and I'm the acting head of the Strategic Support and Governance Unit at the Commission. I will be presenting the predetermined objectives, and my colleague will then speak to the financial budget for the 2023-2024. The presentation is set out looking at 5 areas. The first is to provide a context to the annual plan. The second is to provide the detail in terms of what the plan contains. And then thirdly, we will provide a comparative analysis between the previous financial year and the current financial year in terms of the plan. We will also then provide information in terms of what the resource considerations are for the implementation of the plan. And we will highlight very briefly an improvement plan that we would implement for this financial year. So firstly, then looking at the context. So the context then informs the content of the annual performance plan. Firstly, in the development of the plan, we did an environmental analysis, and that analysis was looking at the internal as well as the external environment. And from the internal environment, we then wanted to look at what are some of the key issues that we would take into informing the content of the plan. Those key issues firstly started with the improvement that we want to then see in terms of performance levels of the Commission. The other is in terms of making more strategic choices to ensure that the Commission is more impactful in terms of the work that it does. And then looking also in terms of the end of term of the commissioners and how we then needed to ensure the streamlining of our plan. When we considered the external environment, we looked at what is the current context within which our South African landscape then requires us to support our mandate in terms of ensuring that we also contribute as a constitutional body to the national efforts, for example, the National Development Plan, the SDGs. So this is the environmental analysis that we then concluded that informed the strategic choices that we made for the annual performance plan. When we then also consider the work that the Commission is required to do, we focused on what our constitutional and legislative mandate is. And in determining that, we then looked at what are some of the key areas that we needed to focus on, particularly in relation to our constitutional mandate, which requires us to both to promote as well as protect and monitor human rights. So our focus for the APP for this coming financial year draws largely from what our constitutional mandate as well as our legislative mandate requires of the Commission. We also wanted to just highlight the importance that our work is defined in terms of our independence as a constitutional body. The broad mandate then in terms of the Commission for this financial year, we wanted to focus particularly on the monitoring and looking specifically in terms of Section 13 of our founding legislation, as well as the Constitution, particularly Section 184(3). So our focus for this financial year is on the monitoring and ensuring compliance with our constitutional and legislative provisions. Then we looked and we wanted to share information on what are the programs, and the programs then draw largely from our constitutional mandate, particularly in terms of promotion, protection, and monitoring. And then the administration program then supports the achievement of the different programs. So the process that led to the development of our APP, we started the process in August last year. And we then also looked at our planning processes to ensure compliance with the DPME revised framework. We included 4 new those initiatives allow stakeholders in terms of what should be the mission. We also benchmarking exercise to ensure our benchmark against Chapter 9 Constitution And then for this financial year, where we submitted our draft APP to General for them to review. So in process, number of indicators, the number of indicators
Honourable Chairperson, sorry for interrupting, Chair, Honourable Leodrigan. It seems that the presenter is disconnecting. Can we please try and strengthen, I don't know in what way, because we're missing quite some information.
Thank you, Honourable Levote. Yes, she's cutting. Can you fix that, please? Reposition yourselves. Mr. CEO Mkhize, can you assist there?
Yes, Honourable.
Sorry, we are back online. Unfortunately, the presentation is on my laptop, but then I'll continue to speak to it. So in determining the APP in terms of our strategic choices,
sorry, Ms. Webster. You can even project from the CEO's laptop, because we also gave permission to project. So we can use the CEO's laptop to project as well.
Apologies, Chairperson. We just having that problem of a network, but she can proceed now.
Apologies. So what we then did in terms of looking at the strategic choices that we needed to make for this financial year, we then also reviewed our vision and mission statement to ensure that there is alignment in terms of what we want to prioritize for the coming years. And our vision and mission statement then allowed us to then look at what the Commission should be doing in terms of working with different stakeholders to strengthen our constitutional and legislative mandate. So in terms of the strategic focus areas for 2023-2024, we then wanted to also highlight for the committee some of the work that will be undertaken for this year in the different focus areas. So as the committee may know, that the Commission has organized its work in terms of focus areas. And so for the equality focus area, we would be focusing on sensitivity training, and this is linked to our protection mandate. Civil and political rights, are going to be focusing on issues around homelessness. Basic education, the focus is an engagement with the Minister of Basic Education to ensure the eradication of pit latrines. The focus area of access to sufficient water, we will then be looking at a project, and this is a three-year project that is essentially looking at access to water and how we then monitor water service industries. And then the last focus area is on access to health. And specifically, are going to be looking at the mental health and engaging with the Department of Health on that. So that is the strategic focus areas that we will be focusing on for this financial year. Then when we get to the detail of the APP, we have organized, as I've mentioned, we've organized our indicators in such a way that we focus for this year. And so in the reduction of the indicators under the administration program, our focus is going to be on managing our risk, managing our human capital to ensure that we have a functioning human capital management plan in place. We also then will be working to ensure that from our information management, knowledge management, as well as our ICT and the digitization plan, that those then form part of our indicators under administration. And then lastly, in terms of compliance, we then will ensure that we are able to implement our internal audit plan. So that then is the indicators under the administration program. And then if I move to the promotion program, we then are going to be ensuring that we achieve our outcome, which is increasing our reach and visibility. Our focus in terms of the promotion is to continue with our strategic stakeholder engagements. We also would then be focusing on initiatives, and these initiatives include conferences as well as dialogues. And then we would be producing educational material. We would continue with the implementation of our media and communication plan, as well as continuing with the National Scoot Moot Court program. And then finally, for this year, we will implement Shine as part of the promotion program. Then when we look at protection, so in protection, we have then focused specifically in terms of ensuring that we attend to complaints and inquiries, which is part of the work that we've continued to do. We also will be undertaking initiatives to address systemic human rights violations and continuing with instituting high court matters. The next program, which is the monitoring program, we are again going to be strengthening the monitoring program, and we are going to then ensure that we achieve our outcome, which is to increase the number of recommendations that we impose. And what we would then be doing is to continue with our research reports, the production of our research reports. Firstly, the State of Human Rights report, the International and Regional Human Rights report. And then because the Commission is required to, in terms of its status as a national human rights institution, to make submissions on reports, we will then continue with that. And then lastly, we will provide submissions in as far as draft legislation. That then covers the monitoring program. What we also wanted to do was to locate the annual performance plan in terms of the strategic plan that the Commission had developed for 2020-25, and just to give an indication of how far are we in terms of achieving the strategic plan 2020-2025. We then have looked at what is our progress at midterm. So in October of last year, we were required to produce a midterm report, which looks at how far are we in our achievement. And so we then located our APP in relation to our strategic plan, noting that for this financial year, we are in the second last year of the strategic plan. Then when we consider, we can move to the next slide. When we consider our APP, we then look at what are the implications from a finance perspective. And so our finance perspective then sets out the budget and the requirements in terms of the financial considerations that we need to take into account.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Lutando Sipugo, acting CFO. I'll be presenting the budget in implementing the APP. We can move to the next slide. In financial resources to implement the 2023-2024 APP, the National Treasury has applied the 0% budget adjustment in allocation of the baseline budget from the previous year to 2023-2024. In doing so, the budget a budget allocation to fund the APP activities. It has brought a lot of budget constraint in doing so, in funding the APP. One of the challenges it was the TPA, the Department of Public Works. They ended paying the rental for the 3 provincial offices, which is the Western Cape, KZN, as well as Northern Cape. This decision has cost implication of 1.8 million that we had to factor on the 0% budget adjustment that we have received on the baseline budget from National Treasury. The fixed operational cost, such as office utilities as well as security, they had an 8% annual escalation as part of the commitments that we have signed with our suppliers, which has an impact as well on the 0% budget adjustment. The Public Sector Coordination Bargaining Council has agreed together with the Labor Union on the 7.5 CPI on our personnel cost, which the agreement has a cost implication of 3.9 million, which was not budgeted for, and we had to address it through our 3.1 million, which we had to address it through the 0% budget allocation, which it consume on our operational target budget to address the APP. Moving on to the next slide. On our budget allocation for APP, factoring the 7.5% agreement between the Bargaining Council and the labor unions, our personnel budget, it has consumed 69% of our total allocation budget of 224 million to round it off. 30% of the total allocation from Treasury, it has been allocated to fund our APP. And then 1% went to our capital expenditure, which as a result of the Bargaining Council of the 7.5%, which was not budgeted for. Our budget now it is 101.4%, which is more than what we're gonna receive from Treasury. The next slide. So on the next slide, on the budget constraint, there were programs that we could not fund to ease and to address our mandate. Part of those targets that we could not fund under our administration program, we were planned to purchase the motor vehicles to ensure that colleagues in the province they can easily address their mandate, their 3 mandate at the same time. Such constraint it limit our performance in terms of addressing the targets that we set for ourselves from the APP, as well as we have reduced to ensure that we factor the 0% increase. We have reduced on the administrative program on targets that we were supposed to address in the current year for impact evaluation study. Under the promotion program as well, we took a decision as well to address less as compared to what we were supposed to address on hosting the conference by advocacy as a result of the 0% budget increase, as well as under monitoring. We decided that the NPM international engagement will be reduced, which is going to have an impact in our ability as a commission to fulfill our international obligation. So as such, our budget constraint, it also impact on our personnel cost. We had to ensure that part of some of the positions that were critical, we decided not to continue with those positions to ensure that we survive through the next 12 months with the budget that was allocated by Treasury to us. One of the positions that were critical, it was to address our monitoring rights of persons with disability. We decided not to extend the position. And another position, it was to address the promotion of Access to Information Act. We decided not to renew the position, as well as the project that were planned to respond to the government plan in contribution to the youth development. We planned to increase our human resources in terms of the internship project. We could not implement this project in the current financial year. So as such, we as a commission on human resource, we have a budget constraints which we are required, as we are part of the service delivery, we are required to ensure that we populate our mandate in terms of the programs to ensure that there are qualified employees to address the mandate, to ease the performance, to ensure that we deliver in terms of the service. So in doing these budget constraints on our total staff, where we had to terminate some of the critical positions to ensure that we survive through the budget that has been allocated to us. It brings a challenge in terms of to implement the APP with the resources that we have. Thank you.
So in looking at our plan for this financial year, we also wanted to ensure that we take into cognizance some of the issues that have been raised by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, particularly in relation to our performance level. And so we've introduced for this financial year an improvement plan, and that improvement plan will then allow us to look at how do we then ensure that we are able to achieve our indicators for the financial year, as well as to set the foundation for the development of our new strategic plan, which is what we are starting the process of doing in this financial year. So I think on that note, I also then just wanted to just highlight some of the key elements of the improvement plan. We've set a goal of ensuring that we achieve 90% for this financial year. We also have set a goal of ensuring that our human resources is able to then support the achievement of our APP, and to then also look at how to address issues, particularly in relation to vacant posts. Then the second last is the improvement of our audit outcome. So we also want to ensure that for this financial year, we achieve a better audit outcome than previous financial years. And one of the ways in which that we would do that is through the implementation of SAPs, which we have procured and we will be implementing for this financial year. So that in summary is the annual performance plan, as well as the improvement plan that we are going to introduce for this financial year. I will stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, we are done with the presentation. We can get to the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO and your team. Thank you, Chairperson, for those remarks and the presentation. Honorable members, it's now going to be an opportunity for you to engage with the presentation. I therefore invite you to do so. Honorable Horn will start. Honorable Velma, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Namatemba Masekwa Jele, in that order. Honorable Hon, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Chair, I think there's a number of issues that must be raised with the Human Rights Commission. I think the first is that it's quite clear that the Human Rights Commission in a disproportionate manner is struggling with retention of staff. To the point where I think in terms of the senior management amongst officials, more or less it's now a whole cohort of actors acting in senior positions. And I think we need to be appraised as to what the root causes are, and what steps have been taken to address this situation. It has been coming now for a year or two, but one has a sense that if anything, it's a situation that has escalated over the last year. So last year or so. So maybe we could also be appraised apart from the plans to address this, whether there has been anything learned from exit interviews, whether there is a formal plan amongst the commissioners and maybe the new CEO to address this. Linked to this, of course, and unfortunately, I think, is the manner in which targets have not been reached. A year or two ago, we had the specific engagement with the Human Rights Commission about increases in targets despite a regression in performance and a continued failure to reach more and more of the targets. Now, this year, a number of indicators have been removed, but the worry remains that there is no clear linkage between the objective ability of the Human Rights Commission to perform certain functions and the realization of reaching targets. In addition to that, at our last engagement, there was expressed a specific concern about the way in which the Human Rights Commission potentially would undermine its own credibility through a protracted way in which investigations that really calls for speedy reports in order to ultimately assist the country. But that, despite that, Chair, in respect of some of the more important highly publicized investigations, one still sits with the worry that those reports have not been released and assisted in order to assist government and the country to deal with the issues. And in this regard, I refer specifically to the riots 2 years ago now already in specifically KZN, but also to an extent Gauteng. At our last engagement with the Human Rights Commission, we addressed the whole issue of how the investigation into the water issues in Mpumalanga would be a blueprint for the Human Rights Commission to tackle something as important as the basic access to water of South Africans in a broader way, but yet there's no sign of that either. Then the last two issues I want to raise is in respect of the reaccreditation as the human rights body of South Africa with the United Nations agencies, and as far as we know, that process should unfold in the next financial year. And the question is, have preparatory work started yet? Is there anything we should be worried about, specifically given the high staff turn around, or the revolving door there, and to what extent have that impacted on the preparatory work around this reaccreditation process? And then lastly, in respect of the OPCAT and the responsibilities of the Human Rights Commission in that regard, our advisory note around this, Chair, as a committee sketches a picture that despite a budget being available, there is doubt as expressed by external agencies, and specifically also a investigation from the University of the Western Cape as to whether our specific protocol at this stage is working, and whether there is anything tangible that can be put on the table regarding the responsibilities of the Human Rights Commission around OPCAT. So if we could be appraised fully around that, it would also be appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Honorable Revote.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much to the team from the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you for your presentation. Good morning to everyone on the platform. I would like to start by thanking the Commission for the statement that was released in relation to the achievement of South African Sign Language as an official language. So thank you very much for that statement. Secondly, I would like to say that what Honorable Horn has just said in terms of the high staff turnover in management positions, in relation to that, he has covered me and I support what he says. I am curious to hear what were the comments in the exit interviews. Is it about people leaving because of budget cuts? Is that their concern? Is there something with the environment? I'd like to hear from the Commission about that. And I would also like to know, what is the Commission doing to retain the staff in these critical positions? Then in terms of the SHINE program, could you please give us an update on that project, what has been done within it, etc. As well, the Honourable Member Horn touched on the reports that we have not received from the Human Rights Commission. So I'd like to add to what he said. There's a report from the Equality Court, related to the Equality Court. I can't remember, the full title. I think it was related to the work of the Equality Court. The Human Rights Commission did produce a report on that, if we could receive that. And in terms of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the report from the Human Rights Commission and their involvement in the convention, we've never received that. So I would really like to see that report on persons with disabilities. And we are rather concerned about allegations, maybe it is allegations of racial comments by the previous acting CEO about making racial comments. We don't expect such from the South African Human Rights Commission, So if you could please give us an update on that. And also at the same time, I'd like to know that, is there a code of conduct for members and staff of the South African Human Rights Commission? Are they, if there is a code of conduct, are the staff members aware of it? The water issue, I'm covered by what Honorable Horn raised. I would like to know in relation to it, that, you know, I'm sure load shedding has been an impact, has had an impact on access to water. I'm sure you heard that some of the courts also have a challenge with that. And does the Human Rights Commission, have they done any investigation into the impact of load shedding on water, water accessibility for the citizens? The Human Rights Commission has had a budget, you know, has had serious implications in relation to the budget, and that is highly concerning. Perhaps, Chairperson, maybe at the end, we could express support from this committee to Treasury about, you know, this serious problem of the budget that has been provided and how it will impact the work that needs to be done. And just lastly, Chair, ICT challenges. What is the Commission doing in relation to their challenges with ICT? And I believe that's all from me. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm largely covered by the two previous speakers. I'm also concerned about the high turnover, and I'd like to hear more about the position with regards to OPCAT. I'm also curious to know why the position with regards to dealing with the difficulties of disabled people has been placed on hold. Of all the positions that could have been chosen, why that particular position, given that disabled people are already, you know, a vulnerable group, would it not have been wiser to keep that position and perhaps give up some other position? So I'd just like to hear about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Maseko Jele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just greet the Chairperson and the team, and also thanking the team for the presentation, Chair. I have only few issues to raise. The first one, Chair, let me take it from where Honorable Velma left in terms of the consent, which talks to the decrease of the budget. It is a serious consent. Maybe the committee might also assist us to get the understanding as to why. Because I'm saying this, Chair, because could it be because Treasury is not motivated by what is coming out of this commission? Or I think let's start there, because I'm going to say this question, Chair, it is informed by, there's a consent from where I come from, Chair. I come from the township. The work of the commission, taking into consideration the vast of their mandate, noting that, Chair, but it seems as if the work of the commission
You are cutting, Honorable Jele. Honorable Jele, you are muted, actually. Honorable Jele, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, you were muted. So
I was muted.
yes.
So my apology, Chair, for that. I was saying there's a lot that is happening coming from the previous dispensation that is still lingering in our township in terms of the issues of human rights. There are so many things that are happening currently because of the increase in terms of the unemployment that is impacting on the human rights. And it seems as if in the township, you are not there. And I'm echoing the feeling of what is happening in these areas. Without undermining the issue that your budget, it is really not talking to the work that you are doing. But I think, Chair, what is lacking with the commission is creativity. Sometimes they have to think beyond the budget and come up with some initiatives that is assisting even Treasury to see the need to increase the budget. We don't even have, for example, I'll come up with an example of initiatives that the commission can come with. Having food soldiers, you know, having those volunteers particularly in those areas where your work is really needed. Having those people that will always bring these complaints that I'm about to talk about here, one of your targets. Because I don't think that it is fair that the community will always have to come to your offices, one, or you'll get issues from the media about what is happening in the communities. Some other things don't reach your office. So I just want to know, Chair, what is it that they are doing in order to assist that situation that I have already outlined, Chair? So the second one, Chair, it is still on the issue of the complaints. I see here, their targets here are very fluctuating. Significantly so, Chair, in 2021-22, their target, which was set, was 5,000 in terms of complaints and inquiries. And in 2022-23, they were reduced to 3,000. But now currently, they have increased the targets to be 6,803. Maybe they can explain to us why are these fluctuations, Chair. Number two, it is on the issue of the building of partnerships. On this one, they are saying they're going to renew their focus on this one, on building this one. One would be interested, Chair, to find out as to what has been done in the previous, in 2022, 2023. That takes us to 2023 and 24. What will be done now differently from that time? And the last one, Chair, one is interested also to know the progress in terms of the implementation of the audit action plan in 2024 in relation to the issues, those that were raised by the AG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jele. Chairperson and the CEO, those will be interventions from members. I would like you to then respond to some of the issues raised. There would also be comments and some definite questions and clarities. Over to you. CO?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have an echo, but I guess.
Yes, I can hear the echo as well. I don't know what's the cause.
Yes, Chairperson, honorable members, we will attend to the questions raised to the best of our ability. I will indicate, who will also assist us in answering the questions. The question from Honorable Horn about the struggle for the retention of staff, it is quite true that we have experienced the departure of staff, including staff at a critical level in the Commission. We have actually, as the Commission, engaged also with the Secretariat of the Commission to say we would like to see what is in the exit interviews. And we actually saw some of those exit interviews, and many of them indicated that they had received better offers. And in fact, yes, we've got a number of senior managers who had gone to of Justice, for example, who had left us. We had, for example, 3 provincial managers or 2 provincial managers who decided that they wanted to go into private practice because of the glass ceiling in the Commission. They couldn't. We couldn't increase salaries for staff for quite a long time because of the limited resources that we have had, and so we lost that. Then we asked that we should be given a monthly report, and the monthly reports on departures indicated sometimes that staff were not willing to say why they were leaving, but in other instances they simply said that they got better opportunities elsewhere. It is something that has worried us, in the sense that we as commissioners have even called upon the Secretariat to report to us on an ongoing basis. But Ms. Mkhize, who has now joined us, has been told about this problem and the fact that it has had an impact on performance, and the AG has pointed it out, and therefore that he has to design a plan and strategies as to how we are going to deal with the issue of staff retention. I think that he can add to me to what I have said. So it is difficult then to say exactly what are the root causes at the moment, because it looks like that the causes are varied. But we can actually go back and do a scientific study to see, not that we're going to bring much to what to call to the answer. What steps are being taken? I think that it is in the performance improvement plan that Naomi has spoken about to try and turn the thing around. Now, the issue of the targets Yes, we have struggled as the Commission, I must say, and I must apologize, to reach our targets. It is something that we are very concerned about, and we regret the fact that we have had that experience of not reaching our targets. But it's a problem that we are working on, and we're trying our best to deal with it. We have now appointed an experienced CEO, and we have indicated that one of the top priorities is the fact that we have to reach targets and so on, and the plan therefore is going to be moving towards reaching our targets. I'm actually confident that if we can stabilize the staffing and fill the vacant positions, if we can have the resources to strengthen our IT, if we can have resources to strengthen our monitoring and evaluation, I think that we will soon be past this. And we have indicated that we would like to engage with Treasury. And I'm grateful to Honorable Jelle Maseko for suggesting that perhaps a word from the committee might help us. We would like to engage Treasury on a number of issues, including the issue of resources for our monitoring and perhaps for our IT. I will leave the question on the protracted process of producing the unrest report to Commissioner Gaum. And the question on the water investigation in Mpumalanga, I'll leave it to Commissioner Ntuli in that order. I will take the question on the reaccreditation of the South African Human Rights Commission. Honorable Chairperson and members, that is in place. We were supposed to be accredited or to be reviewed at the beginning of this year, but the subcommittee on accreditation has got a backlog, and so we have been pushed to March next year. But we have already started the discussion within the organization as to how we are going to deal with it. We are setting up a subcommittee that is going to actually prepare the presentation to the subcommittee. Unfortunately, we cannot produce anything at this stage because the presentation that will go to the subcommittee will be dictated upon by the framework that the subcommittee is going to send to us in August of this year. So we have already planned to have a dedicated team working on it in August this year. And we also plan to have that team attending to the feedback that will come back from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in October this year. And also then to deal with the questions that will come from the subcommittee late February or early in March 2024. I don't know whether you can still hear me, Chairperson. We have had a...
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yes, so that part is in hand. It is okay. And then with regard to whether or not we are likely to get the accreditation, the accreditation is based on the Paris principles that were adopted by the General Assembly of the UN in 1993. And as far as I'm concerned, the only thing that can at this stage be a negative factor in that is the fact that we are not having the sufficient financial resources that we need. I was at the Human Rights Council in February, March, where we had raised this with the UN treaty bodies previously. And the South African government, which then went after me, simply just said that the amount of money that we have is sufficient, but I think that you bear witness to the fact that the finances that we have for doing our work is insufficient, but it doesn't mean, therefore, that this would be a very critical factor for us, because we are operating and we are demonstrating doing our work. I'm going to be in Addis Ababa for a similar meeting where I will be speaking. We remain an exemplary NHRI in Africa up to this particular stage. So the committee should not worry about accreditation, at least at this stage. And then with regard to OPCAT, I would like to leave it to Commissioner Nissan to elaborate on that. But I would like to say that when it comes to OPCAT, I would like just the honorable members and honorable chairperson to remember that the South African Human Rights Commission is not OPCAT. We were asked to be part of a group of entities that form OPCAT, and we are the coordinating body on OPCAT. But Commissioner Nissan is going to elaborate a little bit more about what we are doing. Commissioner Chauhan is going to talk about SHINE and the Equality Court. And then from committee member Nivold on the question of the disability report, the report on the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability. May I plead that we look for this report and we send it to you? May I commit that we do that, please? Thank you. And then with regard to the former acting CEO, yes, we had an unfortunate incident where the former acting CEO uttered words that are unacceptable in the context of not only the commission, but also outside in South Africa. We suspended her and we instituted an investigation, and the investigation came back and recommended disciplinary action, and we then started the disciplinary steps. She decided then to resign from the commission, and that has then been the outcome of that matter. But yes, the CEO will confirm that we've got a very strict code of behavior within the commission, and such conduct is not tolerated and will not be tolerated by the commission. As the commission, we need to be exemplary. We need to make sure that people do not point fingers at us unnecessarily. Have we done an impact on the, a study on the impact of load shedding on water? Commissioner Ntuli would talk about this, but load shedding is something that we have been thinking about, but should talk about that. The ICT challenges, Chairperson and honorable members, you have noted the challenges that we have. And as commissioners, we have mentioned this, that, you know, these days, it is very difficult for an entity to run efficiently if it doesn't have a strong IT framework within which to run. And we do not have that because we do not have sufficient resources. We converted a position some 3-4 years ago of a communications director, and we created a position of the head of IT. We have not been able to fill this position, even though we have identified suitable persons and interviewed them. But when we make an offer, nobody accepts because we do not have the means to pay them in order for them to come to us. And we therefore remain limping as we are doing. So part of the strategy that needs to be injected in the commission is to capacitate it, in terms of IT. There are many things that we are doing manually and therefore need to engage many people because we cannot have the technology to do it in a speedier way and in a more modern way. And then the disability position, coming to the question of Honorable Breitenbach. The disability position, we reported it when it became vacant. I think it was already last year, December, that I wrote to the speaker and I asked that it should be filled. We do not have the capacity to fill positions in the what we call, it is up to the speaker and the portfolio committee to do that. But the position is there. It's just the person who was holding the position that has left. Unfortunately, we have got targets that are already fixed, and commissioners have got their own targets that they've got to fix to achieve during the year. And although we have now divided the work of Commissioner Malaji, of course, it adds a lot more load on the shoulders of commissioners and the staff to deal with that. I would also just urge that we, if we can get this position filled as soon as possible, it would help. Honorable Jele Maseko has raised something about being creative. And I agree that we need really to think outside the box, Chairperson, and be creative in the ways in which we do things. So that Treasury can see what we are doing. She made an example of what we have already done. For example, to liaise with civil society organizations. We had at some stage more than 100 of those who were doing work for us for free of charge and were assisting us in many ways all over the country. But that collapsed, Honorable Member, because those people needed to travel and they needed to then report to us, not by coming to an office. They travel far away from the office, but they need the internet to be able to send reports or to send messages to us. And they said, we are unemployed. Here is our time we're going to give you, but you need to give us, support us with data and support us with transportation. We were not able to do that. We tried to squeeze within the budget that we had to have monitors that were going about, but they were few and far apart. They didn't have transport because once they're employed with us, we need to give them cars to go. So sometimes cars are available for monitoring this or for protection purposes and so on. And at some stage, we couldn't sustain them. It also then collapsed. With regard to forming partnerships, yes, we have formed partnerships. We have decided to actually pursue universities because with
Chairperson Majola.
There's a lot of capacity in universities to help us, and we are, of understanding with government entities, and we we are trying to be creative in the way in which we are dealing with the challenges. But we will need support. We will need finance at some stage, and we will need the support from the Honorable Committee. The complaints targets have been fluctuating. Maybe Naomi would come in there. And then with regard to the audit action plan, Zoleka will come in that order. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I apologize for taking too long.
Thank you, Commissioner Majola.
Commissioner Nissen will deal with OPCAT, as I said.
I'm going to ask those that are going to add on what you've said to be very brief, respond to the issues. I'm avoiding us having a second presentation. All of those that you have identified, just respond to what is needed and the chairperson asks you to do. Thank you.
Perhaps, Chair, I should go first. This is Fatima Chauhan speaking. With your permission.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Chairperson has asked me to respond to two matters. Both of them come from the Honorable Vilma Druchen. May I begin with the issue of the SHINE program and what has been done with it? I'm very aware that we still owe you a briefing on SHINE, Chairperson, and we hope that we'll be able to do so in the near future. But just to give a sense of perhaps where we are with it, let me begin by saying that we find the beginnings of SHINE in the unrest of 2021 in KZN and parts of Gauteng. We found when we visited those communities hugely polarized based on race, culture, amongst other things, language, class, belief, and essentially communities that were mired in distrust, resentment, and ultimately disharmony. And there are no platforms in those communities for engagement and interaction at a human level. We embarked on a consultative process spanning 8 months after the July unrest to learn and really speak to South Africans of all walks of life who were very keen to tell us what to do to turn things around. Because this was in fact a national trauma that was experienced by all of us as South Africans. This also included, by the way, an imbizo of about 200 people who participated in August, the unrest having happened in July. And out of these consultations, we developed learnings, and the SHINE program was really devised on those wisdoms. So we have launched SHINE in November, coming specifically to the Honourable Member's question. In November of last year, it is now part of our deliverables. If you look at our APP, this is the new target that I've spoken to. Although we suspect that its impact will be muted due to the fact that no funds have been allocated for its implementation. But speaking about doing things more creatively, we've planned to roll out in all of the provinces this year, piggybacking on the advocacy targets of the provincial offices. And we have put in place an implementation plan in this regard as well. The plan really consists of themed months in different provinces, with each commissioner taking the lead in assisting the provinces to profile SHINE at a national level, and will consist of dialogues with the emphasis on positive dialogue, stakeholder engagements, media engagements, etc. So this is essentially where we are with Shine, and we look forward to receiving a date to brief the Portfolio Committee, but also Parliament as a whole, as well as members of the executive having written to the presidency. The Commissioner asks for the report that was produced on the Equality Court performance. I suggest that what we do is we find such report. We may need more detail in regards to which report is being referred to, but if we do, we will revert. I trust that that is brief enough on that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next?
I will go next, Chair, if that is in order. Andre Gaon. Thank you, Chair. Yes, we agree with Honourable Warren. I think there is not one commissioner who will not agree that our reports take too long, and we are putting steps in place. We're also reviewing our complaints handling procedures and thinking of new innovative ways to actually get reports out quicker. For example, having sitting hearings on certain focus areas in provinces, depending on the pertinent issues in that province, and then referring matters to the sitting hearings. For example, you can have a sitting hearing on education, and you don't have to re-establish a hearing every time when a complaint comes up. And secondly, also to allow provinces to do certain hearings, which are not high-profile kind of hearings, just teamic matters and so on, but to do that on their own. We've had a request from the Western Cape province in this regard, and we allow them to continue now and do a hearing and bring out a report within 2 months. Then you don't have commissioners involved in those hearings, so it can be concluded quicker. As far as the unrest report is concerned, yes, unfortunately, we had a myriad of challenges there, including with report writers. One of them has unfortunately also left the commission very recently. But the panel has intervened and made sure that we have dedicated report writers in this regard. And we have 2 of them at the moment, 1 left, unfortunately, as I said. But we have 2 of them working on the unrest report before it comes to commissioners. We have insisted, as the panel that consists of myself, Commissioner Ntuli and Commissioner Nissen, that a timeline is presented to us, and we have a very specific timeline in this regard. And I can report in that regard, for example, that the submission of the provisional unrest report to external stakeholders will take place on the 29th of May this year. We then will provide the stakeholders and respondents in the matter the 30 days, which is a shortened period. Normally, we would allow 60 days, and then we plan, according to the timeline that we are monitoring very closely, that the launch of the final unrest report will happen on the 24th of July this year. But in general, we absolutely agree and are looking at mechanisms to shorten the time we take to release reports. Just very quickly on the question of Honorable Breitenbach on the RA for disability, research assistant for disability, that has been put on hold for the moment. That was to an extent also caused, obviously, by the resignation of Commissioner Malachi. I have now been assigned the that focus area of disability, a very important one, and we do regard it as very important as well. And therefore, my research advisor will assist going forward in this regard. We also have, I understand, appointed a new head of equality in the research unit Mr. Alan Tambo, who will also be of assistance with regard to this focus area, and Ms. Fadla Adams, who deals with international relations, will obviously also help when it comes to our international obligations and international interactions as well. And on any complaints with regard to disability, our 9 provincial officers will obviously also deal with that. So I don't think, you know, there is any risk of not attending with the necessary seriousness and attention to this focus area of disability, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Gam, next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, colleagues. I will just quickly address the questions raised mainly by Honorable Newvalt as well as Honorable Khan pertaining to issues around access to water. Honorable Chairperson, we indeed as the Commission are looking and are very concerned about the impact of load shedding on the provision of water, but it's not just water. It is the package of human rights as per the Bill of Rights, but more particularly, Chairperson, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I was saying, it's not just the water, it's the package of human rights, in particular, socioeconomic rights being the rights to adequate food, housing, education, health, social security, the right to take part in cultural life and activities. And then, of course, as mentioned by Honorable Newvalt, the right to water and sanitation. In our research, we agreed that 6% of South Africa's total energy consumption is dedicated to water purification as well as water transportation, particularly bulk water infrastructure. And therefore, when there's no electricity, we have problems with pumping water into the necessary reservoirs. And there is also then the double-edged impact of the sewage. So it's not just access to water, but there's also issues of sewage we've seen particularly in KZN, not just as a result of load shedding, but also the impact of crises like load shedding and the July unrest on the infrastructure and the impact therein also on natural resources such as our oceans. And these, of course, have a related impact on health. And we have then are experiencing a serious health crisis as a result of the interrelated impact of load shedding on water, health, and other socio-economic rights. We are therefore as a Commission in support of alternative energy sources, particularly the ongoing debate and discussions around the just transition as means to alternative power sources. We are also looking into that through Commissioner Sibanyoni, who's responsible for issues around the environment. But Chairperson, I must also just mention that the issue of load shedding comes atop of an already existing crisis, particularly of aging infrastructure with water and wastewater treatment plants, which are in a dysfunctional state across the municipalities in South Africa. The Green Drop report in particular found that 334 wastewater treatment works out of a total of 950 were in a critical state. So these are some of the issues that we are concerned about as the South African Human Rights Commission, and we are engaging with water boards, particularly on issues around infrastructure, but also on the monies that are owed by municipalities to water boards. Currently, we sit at an average of 14 billion rands that is owed by municipalities to water boards. So when we look at the question of the impact of load shedding on water, we consider it within this broader frame of a crisis at local government level, but also a crisis of service delivery and socioeconomic rights. Then to come to the question that was raised by Honorable Horn. Chairperson, you'll remember that when we appeared before the Portfolio Committee last year, Honorable Horn raised this question as well about the Mpumalanga report. And we did indicate that we were in the process of finalizing that report. And while we were finalizing that report, we were instructed by our findings to perhaps conduct verification processes on the ground based on the information that we had received in Mpumalanga and in the process of that inquiry. And this is a process that we have been embarking on the ground, but concurrent to that, we have also been developing what we understand as a South Africa Water Justice Tracker. And this tracker aims to assist us, particularly with our monitoring mandate. It entails a database of the constitutional right to access to sufficient water based on a synthesis of existing certification processes, reports, court judgments, and formal complaints, and organized on the basis of the appointed water services authorities in South Africa. We are doing so, Chairperson, based on an observation that it's not just our reports and recommendations that are at issue when it comes to access to water, but it is also the outcomes of the investigations of other institutions, such as the public protector, such as court judgments. And this water justice tracker seeks to synthesize all of these reports in order to assist us with getting a sense of the extent to which the right to water is being violated. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nduli. I hope that would have been the last one in the responses, so that we're able to proceed. Yes, Commissioner Nissen, your line seems to be very bad.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Chair, I've got load shedding and it's really terrible. But okay, if it's responses to Honorable Horn's question around, if I could then maybe not take your time, but formulate all the responses to Honorable Horn's questions in a detailed written submission to you, if that is in order with you, Honorable Chair, and with the Chairperson of the Commission.
No problem. That's in order.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, honorable members, and thank you, Honorable Horn, for raising those questions, but we'll respond in detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. You know, your line is now much better after making that announcement or that.
Honorable Chair, probably your voice probably helped me there, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Majola and the CEO, are there any other additions that you want to make or that you wanted somebody to make?
Yes, Chairperson. Maybe just to be on point, the question that was raised relating to the turnover, one of the things that we had done, we looked at the breakdown over the past 3 years, which indicates that there has been an increment over a gradual period from 4%, 6% to 10% as of 2019 up to 2021, year-on-year increase of the turnover. And then we looked at the analysis. I think one of the key things was the issue of the glass ceiling that was raised by the chair and the lack of upward mobility within the organization. That results in people then living for better and greener pastures as one of the reasons that people are leaving. But what I have been assigned to do with the team is that we need to get the level of staff satisfaction, and therefore then we'll conduct that staff satisfaction survey, which will tell us exactly what could be the root cause of whether it's dissatisfaction with the conditions at the work, or is it only the issue of greener pastures that people are looking at. So there will be that process that we'll be undertaking to just get the sense from the staff about their own level of satisfaction within the commission, and that will be the basis on which we'll have a proper informed intervention. Then there was an issue around, but also we are looking at the job design or reorganization of the commission, so that we then deal with the realignment processes where necessary, so that we are able to deal with the capacity issues in particular, but from an informed, investigative, as well as analysis that has been done. And the service provider is already on board in this regard to help us with the issue of reviewing our organizational structure so that it fits the purpose of its mandate. And that is what we are busy with already at this stage. The issue around what we are doing about the staff, the reality of the targets that are being gradually declining in terms of achievement. We have instituted a process that we alluded to in relation to the performance improvement plan. It is a holistic plan that looks at all areas that we need to improve on as an organization. Because as a commission, we needed to analyze both the work of the comments and the findings of the Auditor General, while at the same time, we are able then to look at our own internal areas of weaknesses that results in the decline that is happening over the past 3 years in terms of achieving our performance targets. We just want to assure the portfolio committee that the targets that are not necessarily on the APP were not thrown away, but were then captured on the operational plan, and they will remain then being monitored on both monthly, quarterly basis as we try to make sure that we turn around this downward trajectory towards achieving our target that we have set for the 90% turnaround. And that also talks then to the issue of the audit plan that we are dealing with, the audit action plan. And I think I heard the chairperson saying it's being concerned with time, but I thought that that question is quite critical on what we have done, including the elimination of the irregular expenditure, where we have appointed a service provider who is currently doing and finalizing the investigation, because that is what the PFMA expect of us to do first, and to deal with that. But SEPs, we believe that will assist us then in eliminating, in the meantime, the recurrence of any form of irregular expenditure, and we only deal with the past ones, and that we should avoid the occurrence of any new irregular expenditure, among other things. But there is a service provider that is dealing with then the investigation to give us idea of consequence management that should be then effected in regard to those who might be responsible for the irregular expenditure. And that process is underway, Chairperson. And then I think the ICT, the post is, in fact, the CIO post was advertised. We are at a stage now of just finalizing the process of shortlisting, and which was done. But then because the people who were involved in that process are no longer here, we needed to just reconstitute the panel and be able to then finalize the process of shortlisting as well as interviews. So that we believe if we've got leadership at that level, we should be able to then address other issues. And the next thing was then to deal with the issue of the ICT strategy as per the recommendations of the Auditor General, and to review all ICT policies. This has been done. A service service provider was appointed to assist us to develop this ICT strategy as well as the ICT plan. And we will then be embarking on its implementation. But at least a lot of work the colleagues had already done in this regard to deal with ICT turnaround for the organization. Chairperson, I think I will then on the issues of partnerships. We are extending beyond just the universities. Here we are also strengthening our partnership with government departments, particularly because most of the issues, as the commissioners have alluded to, arises on the poor service delivery issues, and the complaints then the citizens raise are directly on the issue of how government services them and how this impact on the human rights. And we are then strengthening also that we have embarked on that engagement at both bilateral level and multilateral level with government departments in line with the obligations that we have as the Commission to work with government institutions. Chairperson, I think I was trying to just summarize some of them. This issue of 6,803 target, I think maybe briefly just on complaints, and Naomi can just talk to that, and we then will try to close. We were ready for any other responses, but because of time, then let me next deal with the issue of the target. And Naomi.
Thank you, CEO. So just in terms of the fluctuation, so firstly, there are two considerations. The first is that the strategic plan that the Commission had put in place had set a 5-year target of 20,000 complaints to be finalized by the year 2025. As of last year, October 2022, we had already achieved 17,000 complaints and inquiries. So that is one of the first considerations in terms of how we then determine the annual target for complaints and inquiries. The second consideration is that the complaints and inquiries, and the number in particular, is outside of our control, because then it is based on complainants then bringing complaints to the Commission. So what we do when we set the annual target is to look firstly at where are we in terms of our strategic plan, and then secondly, to be informed by our environmental analysis as well as the previous year's performance. And that then determines how we set the target, and it explains the fluctuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The rest we will oblige according to Commissioner Nelson's approach if there is anything outstanding unanswered. Thank you, Chair. Then we are done.
Commissioner Majola, your last word.
Chair, before the last word, can I make a follow-up?
I have not recognized you.
Chair, I don't hear you.
I have not recognized you. Okay, you want
Okay,
a quick follow-up, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, my apology. No, I wanted to make a follow-up on this issue of the complaints and the creativity around it, Chair. I'm going to request Commissioner Majola, Chairperson, to look into that issue, because I think the response that he gave to me, it's not acceptable. In this day of age, Chair, we have libraries where these people can go. In fact, if it is well planned, those foot soldiers, the Commission can go and make arrangements with the libraries or the municipalities and get those Wi-Fi and send those reports to them. So I think they have to grow this idea. They must bring that which they are saying they dropped it because of resources. That's where we want them to become creative in terms of the resources and also the partnership that they are talking about to grow it, Chair. That's my submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jale. Your last comment, Commissioner Majola, before I wrap up.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. Yes, we accept the advice that we should use libraries, but the libraries, we would also need to deal with the whole question of transportation, because people have to go out to communities. And I've driven in South Africa, and there are vast distances. If you could look, for example, in the Eastern Cape, and you don't come across the library over a very long distance. So that would also have its own limitation, but it's something that we're willing to look at as the Commission, to see the extent to which it can help us to do our work, but it's got its limitations also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Commission, and thank you to your team and everybody. Just as we wrap up from the chair, I think it's going to be important that one, there seems to be quite a number of reports or plans that would have been asked by members, and you would have tried to respond to them, even with us not having those plans, and trying to let us into what is in those plans. I would suggest that as a commission, you're going to need to submit, if you speak about the SHINE report and the plan, submit that to us. The outstanding report on the July investigations. There doesn't seem to be even a definite time when you will conclude and release that, let alone us having a chance to deal with that. At some point, this commission would have delved, gotten into, I don't know whether that was just a pet project, racism in advertising and so on. Honorable Horn tried to make this point. I want to add to what he's saying, because you don't want to be known as a commission to be long on promise and zero on delivery. Because when you introduce this work and what you undertake, you have an ability to let the entire country know about it. And then it gets forgotten as to where it ended in terms of the report. And those issues can easily be reputational to the commission itself. So instead of us giving you dates, it might be important that we receive what plans you have put together and reports you have concluded. And then on the basis of us receiving those, we'll put dates about when we can have those presented and discussed. But I think that's going to be important going forward, that we would do that. Otherwise, I want to thank you for your time. We are going to table a report as part of the work that we do. We'll consider some of the things that have been raised here, including the kind of support we need to give to the commission at the point when we do that. So thank you very much, Commissioner Majola and your team. And that is where we're going to leave it today for the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you. We are aware we've got some work to do on the filling of vacancies. That's work that's going to be undertaken by the committee. Thank you. We are now going to step off this. Sia Bonani is Lasa here, the Legal Aid South Africa.
Yeah, yes, Chairperson, I've seen some of them logging in. We had arranged for them to start at 11.
The members would deliberate on how the commission can be supported. Thank you. We wish you a fruitful day.
Thank you. And the submission of those plans and reports would assist in our deliberations, because when you give support, we want to balance that with the credibility of information and plans. And CEO, you've got an opportunity here, being a new kid on the block, you would have used this as an orientation for you to hear what members are saying. You have an opportunity to really tackle and see how you want to shape the administration of this commission. So that's your homework. Thank you. I was on the Legal Aid South Africa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. We're leaving now. It's a commission. Are we released, Chairperson?
Well, it will be your choice. It might also be good for you, some of you, if you're not all, because this is your sister institution, to hear some of the issues and how they are doing them, because there's so many interlinkages around this. Legal aid, not providing that legal aid, becomes a human rights issue. So I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing some of those things. But those that must go and do critical work and urgent work, I think can do that.
No, thank you, Chair, for that clarity. Yeah.
Sia, can I get an indication about Legal Aid South Africa?
Yes, Chair, we would ask Legal Aid to log in at 11, so maybe we can just take a 5 minutes break while they're logging in.
We'll take the 5 minutes break, but yeah, they should have logged even before that, but I can't do anything about that now, because imagine if we had finished much earlier. So we'll just have to make sure that there's, and we can do the same with information regulator in the middle of the Legal Aid South Africa presentation. Thank you. Let's take 5 minutes break, members, and then we'll resume after 5 minutes, meaning exactly at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. We're going to be starting with legal aid. I hope they are here. Sia and Bonani is legal aid. Has legal aid finally arrived?
Chair, good morning. I'm here. I'm chairperson of Legal Aid, Judge Makume. I hope you can see me.
Thank you. Yes, I can see you. Welcome, Judge, and your team.
I don't see them as yet. I'm trying to send message through to the secretary to please call them in.
Are you still alone?
I am still alone in my chambers, and unfortunately, I have to also accuse myself because I'm busy with a court matter. So, but I have made time to be here now, so that I can attend to this. I don't know what. Let me just. Somebody's phoning. Okay, I see.
I'll give you 2 minutes. A minute.
Hello? Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board, and good morning, Chairman of the Committee, Mbundlela, Deputy Chair of the Board.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. No, that's.
Judge Makume?
Yes.
Just to check, the deputy chairperson says is here. Who else is joining you?
Then we've got on management, the CEO, I believe, is here. She'll introduce herself, and Patrick Undermark, the legal executive director, is also here. Mantiti, are you there? And the chairperson of audit committee, Mamudike, and Tatele Sailani. There must be something wrong happening. I can't see them. I only saw Tatem Vundlela, the deputy chair, as well as Patrick. If they could please unmute and then introduce themselves. Patrick, can you hear me? Patrick, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Patrick.
Well, okay. I think Patrick has got ICT problems there.
Yeah.
Seems to be having little children crying in that sound. We're ready as a committee to hear from you, Chairperson, and your team. Today is scheduled to be a time set aside for Legal Aid South Africa.
Yes.
To present to the committee their annual performance plan.
Yes.
We have received the presentations and are taken as read. When you are ready, we want to give you between 30 and 45 minutes to take us through the presentation. And thereafter, members will have a chance to interact and ask questions.
No, thank you. Let me just make sure that the CEO is there to. Patrick, can you, from your side, and find out what the problem could be that the portfolio committee chairperson is waiting for us? We've got only 45 minutes to do so. Please.
Thank you, Board Chair. It is the CEO, Mantiti Kula. I am battling from this side even to share the presentation. If Bonani can assist me.
Oh, thank you, Mantiti, if you're there. Mbundlela, can you hear or see us?
Okay. Thank you. Bonani and Sia, can you help fly the presentation? The CEO says if you can assist. Are we able to share the presentation so that we can start?
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, whilst they're still trying to share the presentation, we may begin.
Yeah.
Chairperson, you can start and then make your remarks and then hand over to your team to lead us.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Mr. Janji. I'm Chairperson of Legal Aid South Africa. And thank you once more for affording us an opportunity to present our annual performance plan. We already had an opportunity to discuss this our annual performance plan with the minister. You will be taken through our overview, the annual performance plan, and the strategic risk and the mitigating measures and the challenges that you'll probably be aware of. They range all over from budget cuts to new risks, including issues around the lead matters. Patrick Wundermark is our Chief Legal Executive Officer in charge of civil litigation, and he will be in a position to fill in. Ms. Mantiti Paula is our CEO, who will lead the presentation. And then Mr. Mbundlela is the Deputy Chairperson. I don't see the other chairpersons of the board committees, which is the Audit Committee, Ms. Mamudike, as well as the RAMSAC. I see Mamudike is here. Thank you, Chairperson of the Audit Committee. And then I think I'm missing Mr. Leseilane of the chairperson of the RAMSAC. Over to you, Mantiti. I see the presentation is now being slided on our screens. You can proceed, Mantiti.
Thank you, Board Chair, and thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members for the invitation to share our APP and our budget for this financial year 2023-2024. And from the executive team, I have Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, the COO, the CFO, Mr. Dintswalo Mufukeng, and then also Mr. Patrick Handemark, the Chief Legal Executive and Acting NOE, and also Mr. Tabiso Mbenze, who's our Legal Executive for Land. And as the chairperson has said, we also have chairpersons of committee, of board committees. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The year 2023-2024 is the fourth year of the implementation of the strategic plan for legal aid, the 5-year strategic plan 2020-2025. In the APP, we outline the programs, the outputs, the indicators and target that the organization aims to achieve. And I must also emphasize the fact that our APP is aligned to the targets that we have set when we presented the strategic plan in May 2020-2025 before this committee in May 2020, except for the additional mandate, which is the land, which we took over from the Department of Agriculture in January 2022. Our budget allocation for this financial year is just shy of 2.2 billion, and our baseline target has been reduced by 122 million against the cost of employment, which then put us in an unfavorable position, and we'll explain as we proceed with the presentation. And that is solely because our budget, 80% of our budget is spent on cost of employment, and any reduction on cost of employment invariably impact on our headcount, which then adversely affect our court coverage, which is our core mandate. The allocation for this year includes the funding, the MTEF funding for the new land rights management function. And in terms of our calculations, the Land Rights Management Unit 2023-2024 budget for shortfall is about 69 million. And we have made these presentations to the minister, and the DG has already contacted us, and our CFO and the department CFO are looking into this shortfall. The MTEF allocation does not include the funding for the contingent liability that is estimated at 144 million for matters that we took over from agriculture in January 2022. And the MTEF funding for land rights was only confirmed January 2023. And as a result, we only started an aggressive recruitment for the unit in the last quarter of 2022-2023. And as of end of April, our staffing levels for the unit is 55% as of the end of April. Before we get to the APP, we're just gonna share from slide 7, we're going to share our overview on the 4 components of our balance scorecard, service delivery on slide 7, and also the financial performance, the human resources, and also our governance aspects. On the service delivery front, we have included a trend starting with 2019-2020, which is the last year of the previous strategic plan as our baseline. And we then highlight our progress against the strategic plan for 2020-2023 for the past 3 years. And we also have an asterisk there to denote that the figures that we share for the previous year, which is 2022-2023, are unaudited and are subject to change. So we just want to share that disclaimer. But we have witnessed in the last financial year 2023 that we are slowly getting to numbers before the COVID-19, which is 2019-2020. There's a marked improvement across all our service offerings in new matters. And for the year 2023, we have assisted 581,402, which is a marked increase from the previous year's 487,000. In terms of our financial performance, for the year 2022-2023, we had a budget of 2.3 billion. And when we prepared the presentation, the expenditure was at 93%, and the irregular expenditure was at 2.2 million, which is an increase from last year's one of 1.2 million. But the number of incidents have decreased, even if the number of the value of the irregular expenditure has increased. In terms of the human resources, we indicate that our staffing level has improved from that of last year, and the additional complement that takes it from 2689 to 2840 is the inclusion of the Land Rights Management Units 145 personnel. And also noteworthy is our lowest turnover rate of 2.4% against a target of 10. And it's even much lower than what we had last year. And in terms of our governance and our achievements, the last 3 years of this 5-year strategic plan, 2020-2025, we have managed to achieve 3 consecutive clean audits, which makes it a cumulative of 14 years of consecutive clean audits and 21 years of consecutive unqualified audits. We also scooped a top employer for the 14th year as the top employer for South Africa. That is, in short, our highlights. And also one lesson that we took from COVID, when COVID hit, we were below 40% with regard to staff that have the capacity to work remotely. But as of the end of the last financial year, we are sitting at a comfortable 87% where staff have capacity to work remotely. And this is advantageous in the sense that we experience a lot of disruptions recently with the load shedding, water, and a host of other interruptions. But with this capability, we're able to still proceed to work so that we can ensure that we attain the programs, outputs, and targets that we set out in our strategic plans. In terms of our programs, I will ask the Chief Legal Executive to do Program 1, Client, Community, Stakeholder, and Shareholder, and ask the COO to do the employees and organizational capacity and finance and sustainability. Thank you.
Patrick, come in.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I will then obviously deal with the APP programs linking to service delivery. Particularly, you'll see in this program, we really have two of the main, three outcomes really focused on legal service delivery: outcome 1, outcome 2, outcome 3, and outcome 4. 1 deals to our criminal legal services delivery, and to ensure that we provide services that are client-focused within our available resources and the court coverage plan. And there particularly, as I said, we have a court coverage plan that says which courts we will cover on which days. Capacity doesn't permit us generally to cover every court 100% of the time. So district courts, our target is 85% of the court days that we're able to cover. And in the regional courts, we're seeking to achieve 90% of the court days. In regards to outcome 2, it links specifically to civil legal aid and our land services as the new mandate that have come in as a priority, and with a priority for constitutional rights within our available resources. As the CEO mentioned, we have over the last bit with the budget cuts had a decrease in capacity and therefore a decreasing ability to attend to civil matters, and we've had to align our intake to what we have as available capacity. In terms of outcome 3, we have also, in terms of that, deliver advice services, and we do this in various manners. We have paralegals at each of our 128 offices that provide advice to walk-in clients that come into our offices, and they are able to assist these clients where legal representation is not required. If the client needs legal representation, then they take the necessary application for legal aid, and then that then gets processed and allocated to a practitioner. That could be an internal practitioner, and about 97% of our work is done by internal practitioners in these three programs, and 2% on Judicare, where we make use of private legal practitioners, and then 1% is by agency agreements and cooperation partners, which are mostly university law clinics that we fund and in partnership with the university. Then on outcome 4, we deal with client-focused strategic litigation services. This is really in comparison to our other delivery programs in terms of criminal and civil. This is our depth work, as I would call it, versus our breadth work, where we assist individuals in their different cases. Strategic litigation is where we assist larger sectors of the community on a principled issue. The example that we've used is the best one we can give is the class action in the silicosis mining case, where we funded the Legal Resources Center as one of the legal entities involved in that litigation, which ran over 2 different matters over 10 years, where we funded that. It resulted in the settlement of at least 5 billion being paid back to miners that then have been suffered silica tuberculosis or silicosis, as it would be. Then obviously from outcome 5, we then, from our side, we seek to contribute to the effective functioning of the criminal justice system, particularly at various forums, noticeably the Chief Justice's National Efficiency Enhancement Committee, as well as our provincial efficiency enhancements committees, which are mostly then chaired by the judge presidents, and then also more on a local level at our magistrates courts, both district and regional. And there we try and seek to improve access and to ensure that blockages are addressed at those various meetings. We also contribute there specifically looking at cases in terms of turnaround times, and per province we look at the top 50 cases that are beyond turnaround times or beyond acceptable turnaround times, especially where they're beyond 2 years. In terms of outcome 6, I think I've moved. And then in terms of program 6, our reporting and accountability to the executive authority. There, obviously from our side, we provide at least 4 reports quarterly to the executive authority to keep them updated, as well as then at financial year end, our annual report, which we then would submit and which is submitted to Parliament for consideration of the achievements that we achieve. As you will see, I think that from a side is our client community stakeholder and shareholder programs. And you will notice we indicate the various budgets on slides 16 and 17 that are allocated to each of these programs. The majority of which you will see goes to criminal legal services and representation to persons accused of crimes at 1.2 billion is the budget that's allocated to that. Thank you, Chair. I think that's my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, COO. Please take over.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members and board members of the board. I will cover the sustainability and governance. Outcome 7 is about the financial sustainability and manage the reduction to the budget. We aim to balance the budget that we have with the needs that or the mandate that the organization must cover. In doing that, we just make sure that we are effective and efficient in applying our resources, and also we cover or we comply with PFMA. Outcome 8 is about maintaining good governance. And in that, we make sure that we comply with all other legislation in addition to the PFMA. And by so doing, we will be making sure that we are conducting ourselves in terms of the laws and rules of governing the organization. And outcome number 9, it's a regulatory framework. This mainly, we look at the Legal Aid Act and make sure that we do this and we conduct ourselves in terms of Legal Aid Act And then if there are possibilities for enhancing the act, we do participate in that regard and submit our views to policymakers. And outcome 10, it's about supply management and financial management. And this it's also covered under the sustainability. It's we just make sure that our supply chain is in line with the rules and directives as issued by the National Treasury, and also to make sure that our financial management and even financial reporting is in line with GRAP, and to maintain this clean audit that we have had for the past 14 years. Thank you.
Are you done, CEO?
Okay, and then in terms of outcome 11, it's just about our coverage, because we must make sure that we are everywhere where we are needed. So it's about making sure that we maintain our national footprint, and if budget allows, we even extend it so that we make access to justice possible to all of our South African citizens and those who live in it. Outcome 12 is to strengthen and improve the quality and expertise of each segment of the national footprint. Yeah, Chair, it's about maintaining the resources that we have, in particular our HR, so that the good services that we are providing is maintained. So it is important that we maintain a good labor relation and also maintain the EVP. Lastly, which is outcome 13, it's enhance and maintain the integrated service and client orientation. Where here it's more on our IT services. We must make sure that we keep the enabling tools that we are offering our legal aid staff members, and also not only the staff members, and also even our clients, so that they are able to access our services even through IT technology. For example, it's we have call center, we have please call me that we are providing, and we also have an app that staff members, the client can interact with us by posing question or leaving question, and we respond to them whenever we are available. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I think it's over to Tinsolo. Is it Ms. Mfokeng? Mrs. Mfokeng, Tinsolo.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm here. Good morning, Chair and the board members and the Chair of the committee and the members. So I think in terms from a budget point of view, the CEO has alluded to, in terms of the background, what makes up our budget, and also alluding to the deficit that we are indicating of 69 million, which is given rise by the transferred function, the land rights management function, which was transferred in January 2022. So in terms of our budget, our MTF, looking at our baseline, this year, 23-24, is the final year of the budget cuts, which was against our COE. And again, as the CEO has indicated, that 80% of our budget is on COE. And therefore, the budget cut on our staff complement really does have an impact in terms of how we deliver our services. And we do then find that our staff is we're not able to split the matters in line in terms of how we had planned, because now we need to make sure that services are delivered with the capacity that we have. And in the last year, we saw an increase as well in terms of duty care expenditure that we are incurring. And this also includes the land rights management function, where we are seeing that because of the transfer of the function from a duty care model to an internal practitioner model that we are applying at Legal Aid, but because of the transition, there is still that overlap, and therefore the increase in the duty care costs in 22-23, and also will be in 23-24 for the majority of the transitional period until we have a fully fledged function. And also to indicate that in terms of the land rights allocation, in 22-23, we were allocated 89 million. But if we look at the MTF 23-24 to 25-26, we see that there is a 5% decrease from 22-23 in terms of the funds that are allocated. However, the resources that are required in that period would also therefore need to be staggered so that we are not over expending on what we have been allocated, and therefore dipping into the allocation that is then covering the criminal and the civil service offering. And the other aspect in terms of the budget that we wanted to allude to as well is the contingent liability of the funds that were transferred, the matters that were transferred from the Department of Agriculture, and the CEO has indicated that the minister has given this due attention, and we are in the process of engagement with the department so that we are able to get funding, because these matters, in as much as we don't have funding for matters that have been running in the 22-23 financial year, we have had to fund from our budget in order to ensure that we are still able to carry on those services that we had originally contracted to deliver for our clients. And in the 23-24 budget, we then see that there is an increase in expenditure, and some of the reasons for the increase, we have the contractual increases where in terms of our contractual agreements, we would then have the escalation increases that would be applicable. And I think also to bear in mind that Legal Aid received the approval from the minister to acquire property, but we have been struggling to identify and also acquire the property in the areas that we have been struggling to get office accommodation, but we are in the process of devising a new strategy in terms of how do we still ensure that we have the right footprint that will allow access to our clients, to our services. And then we also then have a marginal increase on staff-related costs. And this increase initially was not taking into account the COLI adjustment that has been agreed to early in April by the DPSA and the unions, and therefore the budget that we have in terms of salaries and related costs will be increasing by an average of 130 million to cover for the COLI. And we would then need to fund that from our reserves in this year. But we would also need to relook at our allocation moving forward and also rationalize our staff establishment in order to ensure that we are able to carry on these costs into the future, because then we would be starting from a higher base than we are at the moment in the new financial year. So I think CEO and Chair, I think I've covered the areas around the budget. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mantiti, is there anything else that we need to present?
Thank you, Chairperson. If we move to slide 35 to 37, we have outlined the 13 strategic risks. Slide 35 to 37. We have outlined the strategic risks, the 13 strategic risks, and their corresponding mitigating measures. And that's what we continually do throughout the year to make sure that we fulfill our mandate and we also are within budget or have a balanced budget and see how we best rationalize our staffing plans within the available budget. The first 6 strategic risks relates to client, community, stakeholder, and shareholder, which is a core program. And we have strategic risks 6, 7, and 8, 9 that relates to our financial sustainability. And we also have strategic risk 10 that relates to our employees, and also about 3 strategic risks that relates to our IT environment and cyber security. And in terms of our priorities, the challenges that we have on page 39, I think the primary challenge that we continually face is that of having capacity to deliver on the mandate, as this is affected or impacted by the mandatory budget cuts. The CFO has also touched that we have little room to maneuver when it comes to budget, in the sense that whilst 80% is spent on cost of employees, about 12% is on goods and services, and 73% of that 12% relates to contracts, and the additional 5% relates to other direct expenditure, which is linked to legal services. The CLE did mention that we have cooperation partners in universities and agency agreements where in deep rural areas, so that 5% is then directed to service delivery for those partners of ours. And the other challenge that we have is that we do not have relief capacity for the court-based practitioner. In the event a practitioner is not able to go to court, we scramble to find a replacement. And also the demand in civil outstrips our capacity, and we have introduced waiting periods to manage the demand. And the criminal and civil practitioners' caseloads across all professional categories exceed our targeted pending cases. This is largely due to the fact that we are below 95% of the staffing level. And the new land mandate contingent liability and operations funding, as well as the CFO has alluded. But despite all these challenges, we are focused on making sure that we pursue this strategic plan, the latter 2 years of this strategic plan, 2020-25, and this annual performance plan for 2023-2024, and will continue to support the efforts towards land justice with the assistance of the shareholder and also support from the Department of Agriculture. And we pride ourselves in upholding good governance and management and financial management, and we continue within the strict budget to improve the employment value proposition to maintain a value-based, high-performance, agile workforce. When I touched on the highlights, the service delivery ones, the financial ones, the governance one, and the IT ones that I mentioned in my opening, all those would not have been possible without the commitment of all legal aid staff, dearly known as legal aid citizens, and the leadership of the board. And together with the staff, the board, and the management, we are committed to addressing the challenges as espoused in the mitigating measures that we shared in our strategic risk register. And we'll continue to assess the impact of the current economic challenges on the strategic objectives and devise appropriate strategies to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mantiti. Thank you, management. Mr. Janji, this is our report. We now allow members of the portfolio committee to pose questions. Of course, we as a board would always be alive to the issue that the irregular expenditure of 2.2 million, I'm sure we'll get an explanation at our next board meeting. You've heard from the presentation that right through the presentation, the issue of budget cut sees through all our programs and capacity. And one of the challenges that has been outlined there by the CEO is the question of the waiting period for clients in civil matters. Now, speaking from where I am, that causes a lot of problem for us because indigent people come to court here with papers having been served on them on eviction matters, for instance, and they don't have legal representation. And you ask them, have you been to the Best Law Clinic? Have you been to legal aid? They say, yes, I've been there. They said I must wait for 3 months. Now, the applicant is on an urgent basis, wants urgent relief, and we can't help. So those are the issues that I think bedevil us as a board and as management. And of course, we would like to shorten the period so that we can be able to deliver services. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of Legal Aid, Judge Makume. Honorable members, you have received, read, and now listened to that presentation. May I invite you to interact with this from Legal Aid. Again, I'll start with Honorable Werner Horn, followed by Velma Nieuwenbruggen. Glenis Breitenbach. Those are the hands I have that will interact. Over to you, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Can I maybe just get a confirmation that you're hearing me? I'm on a new device.
You're still clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. And maybe at the outset, it's important to again, as committee members, confirm that we've in the past not been in favor of the budget cuts in respect of Legal Aid South Africa. And I think we share the concern about the impact it is having. The last comments of the chair of the board was very practical in showcasing the impact of the budget cuts. Chair, just a few issues from my side, and once again, not the first issue specifically, not by way of criticism, but really to also understand the impact of the budget cuts properly. At our previous briefing, the Legal Aid South Africa assured the committee that despite the budget cuts, it will still have a full coverage of all courts and specifically magistrates' courts in the country. And if my memory serves me correct, the information was that what will suffer as a result of the budget cuts would only be the so-called relief component. So that would mean that if a member of staff is indisposed, either through leave or otherwise, there would be an issue of replacing that member on short notice. However, when the committee now visited the Northern Cape, specifically the NPA, as well as the Deputy Judge President, felt it important to say that in that specific province, there is now a huge issue around the coverage of legal aid of the courts. So I think the question that arose from that specific oversight visit is whether legal aid is still confident that it is giving a full coverage of our criminal courts. That's the one question I wanted to ask, Chair. Then the second question is in respect of the transferred functions around land matters. Our understanding was, and I think that was also the briefing previously, that the transfer of functions would be accompanied by the budget. But now today we are informed that the transfer of functions has caused an additional budget deficit. So I think we must ask for an explanation around that specific matter and what caused the fact that ultimately the budget that previously accompanied the service was not transferred along with the functions. And maybe then as a part B of that question, whether we can be appraised as to whether the legal aid is confident that there was as seamless as possible transfer of functions. Previously, there was an issue that not necessarily all of the private practitioners that dealt with those matters were already registered on jury care. Some seemingly that would not necessarily qualify. So it would be good to be appraised as to whether that process has concluded and what measures were put in place to ultimately not allow for gaps in the representation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Honorable Nieuwoudt.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone from Legal Aid South Africa. Thank you very much for your presentation. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate Legal Aid South Africa for 21 years of unqualified audits. Congratulations on that. I hope you continue in the same line. And yes, I also do have a concern related to the shortfall of 69 million. And you said that the CEO will meet with the department. If, have you prepared any notes for the department? How you'll convince the department to provide more money? Because, the impact is on service delivery of legal services to the people. With regards to the land issues, I would like to understand if Legal Aid South Africa in-house has the capacity to deal with all the issues related to the land matters. And then office accommodation, whether it's purchased or leased. I am curious to get an update if Legal Aid South Africa is satisfied with all the office accommodation for its staff. And I'd also like to know how Legal Aid South Africa deals with court inefficiencies. So, I mean, does Legal Aid South Africa have an action plan or how to deal with the inefficiencies, delays, cases off the roll, etc.? And the persistent load shedding also has an impact, and I'd like to know specifically how does load shedding impact the operations of Legal Aid South Africa, and how is the organization handling load shedding? Do you have inverters, generators, or that sort of equipment for your offices, for example? And just going through my notes, I think you might have already covered the demand for legal aid services. I think it was covered in your budget, but if you're able to give a further update on that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nieuwoud. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. I'm partially covered. I would like to have a little more information. I may have missed it. I lost connection for a moment. I'd like a little bit more information on how Legal Aid is dealing with the land rights management facility, which it has inherited from the Department of Agriculture. How are those cases progressing, and how are they funding that portion of the litigation spectrum? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. You would have been the last from the members. Chairperson, Judge Makume, the CEO.
Yes, thank you. I'll
ask you to respond to those very specific and precise issues.
Yes, I think there are questions that the management will be in a position to answer. For me, I could indicate that the one that I'm aware of is that, yes, we do have I think we do have a generator at the head office, but I'm not sure about other offices. The COO deal with issues around how we've been managing with the issue around affecting us about coverage, especially during COVID issues. I think there was something like that. But Mantiti is there. Mantiti, please take over.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for the inputs. I think, Honorable Wena, we can confirm that the impact of the budget...
His Honorable Horn is Werner Horn, so the surname is Horn.
That's fine, Chair. It's fine.
At least I got the first name right. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Horn, I thank you for the support of the committee lobbying for legal aid not to have budget cut. This is the last year of the MTEF budget cut, and we hope that with the upcoming MTEF, we will not experience more mandatory budget cut. In terms of our strategic plan on court coverage, when we began with this 5-year strategic plan, 2020-2025, we presented before this committee that we would be able to cover our district court coverage at 84%. That was year one, which was 2020-2021. But unfortunately, the budget cuts forced us to adjust our target for district court, which is now for the past 2 years standing at 80%. And so with regards to regional court, our initial target in the strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan, was 94%. But with the impact of the budget cuts in the past 2 years, we have reduced it to 90%. So we can attest to the fact that the previous MTEF budget cut, which was about 250 million, on cost of employment has impacted us. It's not only on the relief capacity. The High Court, we're able to carry all matters, but also our High Court practitioners are carrying a high load of pending cases. And with regard to the land function, Honorable Horn, we took over in January, we took over the function from Department of Agriculture in January 2022. That was just 2 months before the end of the financial year 2020-2023. And when the function was transferred, the money was not immediately transferred to legal aid. And the board was kind enough to utilize some of the reserves to be able to carry the function's head office component and to start building capacity from January 2022. At the end of March, in April 2023, we were afforded a 33 million. So we started in April 2022, we were afforded 33 million to commence with the capacitation of the Land Rights Management Unit. It was far below what we have put forward to the department and also with our deliberations with National Treasury. But through the concerted effort of our finance team and the DOJ team in consultation with Treasury, it culminated in us being granted the MTEF allocation for land only in this financial year. So for a year, we relied on the 33 million from agriculture and some of the retained surplus. So we started off on a sub-optimal budget. And that's why it was difficult for us to aggressively start with our recruitment drive and internal capacitation in conjunction with what we had planned to have internal practitioners. It was only in April this year that we started off with an allocation. If we can go to slide 30, then the CFO can then just quickly explain the budget for land rights management and why we come to that shortfall. That slide 30 captures the financial health for Land Rights Management Unit. Bonani, if you could please take us to slide 30. And that will also answer Honorable Breitenbach and also the concern from Honorable Vellner that do we have the facts when we deal with the DOJ and also with National Treasury. And I can assure Honorable Vellner that we do have all our ducks in the row. Our CFO and the Land Rights Management Unit continually engages with both the department and National Treasury and communicate to the two departments what our estimations are for us to be able to fulfill this mandate. CFO, if you could please take the members through these slides.
Thank you, CEO. So if we can see that in 2022-23, the total budget is sitting at 146 million. And it's broken down below to show how the 146 million is made up of. And as the CEO has indicated that we had the 24 million that was allocated from our retained surplus, which is basically what we were not able to spend in 21-22. that then we were able to reassign to the land rights function. And this was initially to to capacitate the national office capacity. And then we had the 33 million that was then transferred in April. So what our discussions before the transfer effectively took place, we had engagements with the Department of Agriculture and also with the National Treasury to actually come up with the actual budget of the matters that would then be transferred to legal aid in terms of the categories of the, of the land rights, the matters. So when we went through that budget with Treasury, the Department, the DOJ, and the Department of Agriculture, in terms of those discussions, a budget of 117 had been what had been put forward as a baseline budget for every financial year that we would need as an entity to then carry out the land mandate. However, in terms of the MOU that was signed, the MOU then indicated that it would only be 89 million that would be allocated for the 23-24, for the 22-23, and then the 76 and the 80 and the 86 million for the MTF. So hence you're seeing that we only then had a baseline allocation of 89 million, which brings the total funding to 146. If we remove the 24 and the 33 and we look against the 117, already there's a shortfall from a baseline allocation point of view. And then because we are running a parallel program or delivery model where we have internal practitioners who were not there the whole financial year. So most of the year we had Judy Care that was handling our matters. And we can see then our direct expenditure for 22-23 is 110 million, which would also include the matters that had been transferred, because in the event that the matter carries on in the financial year, we need to then pay the practitioners who are carrying out that work. Then there is the element of operational, an operating budget where we need to, have stationery. We need to make sure that they are. It's an environment that is conducive for the staff to operate. And then we also have the capital budget where it's laptops, it's desks, it's furniture, all those aspects. It's also motor vehicles because practitioners need to travel to those areas where they need to, engage with clients, in terms of the land, and therefore we needed to acquire a capital expenditure. And that's how we get to the 146 budget, and the expenditure is very close to the 146. So if we look at then the budget for 23-24, it's only 76 million. If we look at, that's the baseline allocation, and if we look against the baseline allocation in 22-23 of 89 versus the 76 already, there's more than a 6 million decrease in what in the funding, and because our funding is mainly the delivery was mainly through employees. Obviously, that then has an impact in terms of the manner in which we can then start the recruitment drive. So we can't be aggressive. We have to have a staggered approach so that we don't end up compromising other services in order to deliver this one. And that's how then we get to the 69 million, which we are saying that is a deficit if we are looking at what we were able to bring together in terms of our budget against what has been allocated from the MTF baseline. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, CEO.
Okay. You done, CEO?
Thank you, CFO. And Honorable Chair, if I can please address Honorable Horn's question relating to how are we ensuring that there are no gaps in representation. When we took over in January 2022, in the quarter preceding that, we co-managed the function in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture and the then service provider for the department. And from October, we encouraged the legal practitioners, the panel that agriculture was utilizing, due to the fact that they had expertise and experience in providing legal services to farm workers, labor tenants, and restitution claimants, we asked them to accredit on the legal aid Judicare system. And the two requirements was that if you are CSD, National Treasury CSD compliant and tax compliant, you would move over to legal aid as a panelist. So currently, we are using those panelists that are accredited with us on the Judicare system. Where the panelists have not accredited and we utilize the internal practitioners, so far we have recruited about 78 out of the 142 that we have on the land rights management establishment, indicating that we have only recruited 55%. So the load is currently shared mostly between the then Judicare practitioners from agricultures that are accredited with legal aid and some of the internal practitioners. And we collaborate closely with our counterparts in the Department of Agriculture, the Land Commission, and also our executive is in close communication with the Land Court, and to make sure that matters that are on the roll, the issue of representation is solved beforehand. It is not as smooth as we have anticipated administering the two dispensation, especially where you find that the legal practitioner who has been handling that matter does not qualify in terms of our accreditation standards. I will then ask the COO to shed light on the load shedding, but we can comfortably say that almost half of our 120 offices do have UPS, and the COO will share plans to make sure that our satellite offices as well are equipped.
Thank you, CEO. Yes, like everyone else in the country, we're affected by load shedding. But however, what we have done is we have embarked on procuring UPS for all our offices, including our satellite offices. And in addition to that, we are embarking on assessing as to whether some of our system can be moved to the cloud, because when you move some system to the cloud, you mitigate against load shedding. Because right now we have our servers at the office, and if anything at the national office, if anything happens at the national office, it affects the entire legal aid offices. And on top of that, Chair, there was a question on office accommodation. It was asked as to whether we are satisfied with our office accommodation. Yes, we are satisfied with the office accommodation, but we can do more we can do better with more. But however, the budget restricts us. We are concerned with non-responsive bids, which resulted in us extending contracts. And we are also aware that national footprint has not increased since for the past 10 years. So what we have done is we are embarking on the study. This study will identify areas where we need to have more offices. They will also assess the existing office, whether we are deriving impact in terms of access to justice. And the study must also take into account lessons learned during COVID-19 and the fact that now over 90% or 80% can work remotely. So with this study, we are hoping that it will also identify areas where we can purchase office accommodation. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CEO.
Sorry, Mantita, I think, I'm not sure whether the question by Honorable Nivote about how do we deal with court inefficiencies. I think she mentioned something like issues of parole, whether we dealt with it. Am I right, Honorable Nivote? There was that question about court inefficiency.
Yes. How do you deal with it if you have an action plan to deal with that? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll ask the CLE to provide the court efficiencies question.
Yeah.
Thank you, CEO. Yes, in terms of court efficiencies, from our side, we have extensive monitoring mechanisms in terms of cases, and particularly monitoring of case backlogs and turnarounds of cases. So each of our matters, we require the practitioners to complete matter activity reports if it's postponed, that we understand the reason why a matter is being postponed. We analyze and have a look at that. One of our main, shall we say, mechanisms is then to also look at particularly matters that are taking long to finalize within the court system. And then what you will find is it's multifarious reasons that leads to matters that go beyond our turnaround times. At this moment in time, a lot of it comes from COVID, but also now we're finding the inefficiencies that we're having matters going beyond turnaround times due to load shedding, and particularly for where courts don't have generators to be able to keep the court functioning, the recording machines going. And we can see specifically an increase in the backlogs of our cases. And so that's one of the things we monitor very carefully. In terms of our reporting, we report to the National Efficiency Enhancement Committee about all these matters that are beyond turnaround times. We supply the top 10 cases per province to the National Efficiency Enhancement Committee so that the committee can look at it and understand where these issues are coming from, that we can, as stakeholders within the system, address those inefficiencies and make sure that those matters, particularly the older ones, are addressed and cleared out of the system. On a provincial basis, we provide for each province the top 50 cases so that the provincial enhancement committees can also then consider these cases that are long outstanding, look at measures that we can implement as overall as stakeholders to ensure that these cases are finalized. So we've specifically set up a system to monitor it. We, in conjunction with correctional services, also obtain their data so that we can correlate the correctional services data with our data in terms of these oldest matters. Unfortunately, well, for us, we know obviously about our data and our matters that are beyond turnaround times. We obviously will then pick up from correctional services data matters that are not dealt with by our practitioners and by Legal Aid South Africa, but then we're also able to then look at those and understand where those matters are and who are attending to it. And the Efficiency Enhancement Committee can then also look at those as well. So it's not only limited to where we are involved. So we work closely with correctional services in obtaining their data so that we can correlate it. So that's one of the areas where the National Efficiency Enhancement Committee and the Provincial Efficiency Enhancement Committee, and then also the local committees, because obviously per office we do also provide, and the officers will know which are their oldest cases at their local levels, that they look at it and address the inefficiencies on a local level. You can't always look at it nationally. You can maybe look at systemic issues on a national basis, but you've got to escalate and cascade it down to local level. And so that's what we use our information in terms of matters that are not being attended to within the agreed turnaround times. So district courts, 6 months, 9 months for regional court, and 12 months for the High Court are the agreed standards within the cluster, and we monitor against those. I hope that deals with it. And CEO, maybe if I can just also, on Honourable Horn's question about our court coverage, I just want to clarify in terms of the court coverage. We have what we call a court coverage plan. The court coverage plan looks at every single court in the country and the number of days that that court sits. So I don't want you to be concerned to say, well, we only cover the courts on 80 or 85% or 90, 95%, depending on our plans, those courts, that we ignore certain courts. That's not the case. We look at each court, understand how many days they sit. We look at the demand out of that court. And so we can't put full capacity in a court that might have 20 matters that we can deal with on one day. So from our side, we look at this, we look at court days. We also then get the DOJ to sign off on our court coverage plans to say this court sits, these are the days that we are covering it on, that they confirm the sitting days of the courts. And so we look at the number of days each court sits. And so therefore, some courts we will cover 80% of the time. Other courts we might cover only for 60% of the days that it sits, because the demand doesn't justify us being there for 4 days, but it justifies 2 days or 3 days. So, but each court will be covered, and those days are set, and we get sign off on those coverage plans. And we are audited by the Auditor General on those court coverage plans. So that is verified in our audit. They check against those documents that we generate in terms of our court coverage plan. So I just thought I wanted to clarify that aspect as well. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that's about all, Judge Makume.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that's about all that we can give you. There's still more, but I think for now, I think we've now overstepped our time. Yeah.
When you say there's still more, are you saying there's a question you did not respond to?
No, I think we have, but okay. I just wanted to add one thing, and that is on court coverage, is that even within the judiciary, in order to enhance efficiency of court, we have been toying around the idea, and I think we must have mentioned to the minister also that we should look at using virtual courts, that instead of the Department of Correctional Services transporting 10 prisoners to come to court here just for a postponement for 5 minutes and then drive back, is cost effective. So it's not cost effective. And if there are such issues, we would like that the prisons install cameras and so that these matters can be dealt with virtually, just for a postponement, just not for them to come over to court here for a postponement. It's a waste of money. And I think security-wise also, I think it's something that we say would like to see. It will also enhance efficiency of the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. That's definitely an issue we'll take up and monitor as a committee. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Chairperson of Legal Aid, Judge Makume. Colleagues, I think that is where we're going to leave the discussion on Legal Aid South Africa. Just to indicate, CEO, I can see you came and do some little bit of bragging, which is okay, but we are still going to want to hear that in October. You know, today in the annual performance plans and strategic plans, it's about looking forward. It's about you bringing your proposal of what you're going to do. In October, we look back when we deal with annual reports. And that's when you're going to tell us about your clean audits and other things. But I can see you're ready to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to Legal Aid. Can I check Sia and Bonani, Information Regulator, when are we expecting them? Sia, Bonani. Information Regulator, are you here? Are you ready?
Good afternoon, Chair. We have just been informed to join now at 25 past 12.
Okay. Again, colleagues,
I'm still waiting.
We'll take a 5 minutes break, colleagues. We'll be back at 27 minutes past or just close to half past to allow Information Regulator to settle, and then we proceed with them. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. and your institution to table to us your annual performance plans and related tasks. We have received your presentation, so they're taken as read. But we'll welcome that you take us through with the relevant details and key salient points. And for that, we're going to ask you to take between 30 to 45 minutes to present your plans to us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. and honorable members, and good afternoon to all of you. I am here joined by members of the regulator, Ms. Tilly, Advocate Strom and Advocate Weapon, the CEO, Mr. Musala, and Mr. Gwala are tendering their apology. They're attending a meeting of information regulators in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. Mr. Nemasisi is acting CEO, who's going to present the annual performance plan, and he is here with all the executives. What I'm going to do, Chairperson, with your permission, is just to give a high-level presentation, highlights really, and then the CEO, acting CEO, will then present the APP. The first thing to say, Chair, is that the listing is still of the regulator in the PFMA. It's still a challenge. We have not moved an inch since 2016, when we were appointed. And this is proving to affect our independence in a big way. So we just want to put this matter on the table once again. The workload of the regulator is increasing phenomenally. And the assessments and the investigations that we have conducted of both Popia and Paia have increased our workload and are likely to increase the workload quite substantially. You would know, Chairperson, you're probably aware that we released the report that we did, an own initiative investigation that we did on the SAPS regarding the violation of Popia. We finalized the own initiative assessment that we did on the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. We released the report yesterday of our findings, and today we are making we have made the report public. And there are others like TransUnion and Discam and other bridges that have reached an advanced stage, and will be releasing them quite soon. Why I am raising this is because this work is going to put a strain on our budget, because some of these reports are likely to be challenged in court. We have already received notice that one of the requesters that one of the private bodies that we investigated under PAIA, we issued a report, and they have already given us notice that they intend to challenge our findings in court, which means that if this trend continues, then the small budget that we have will not be able to carry us through all the work that we are doing. We have also conducted, we're also going to be conducting PAIA assessments, whether public and private bodies comply with PAIA and with Popia. Last year we did, in the previous financial year, the metros, the banks, the insurance companies under PAIA. And this year, in this financial year, we're going to be doing assessments on political parties and universities, among others, under PAIA. And under Popia, we are already commenced with assessments of mobile phone service providers. Education, we are also been doing well. We've taken a strategy now to take the regulator to the communities, and we're holding this, what we call Dikopano. We've been to Guyane, we've been to rural KZN, we've been to Orlando, and we are increasing our visibility, but our strategy is to go to the people rather than just going, you know, to boardrooms where we talk with high profile people. Chair, that's my summary, and I'll hand over, with your permission, to Mr. Nemasisi to present the APP. Thank you very much.
Maybe before we go to Mr. Nemasisi, I indicated previously to the other institutions that, as exactly as you are doing, this is a forward-looking kind of presentation with APPs. But maybe on the issues you have raised, which are of national importance, whether you're at liberty to just say, these critical reports you're talking about, these are the issues, one or two key highlights of those, either that are common to this institution or specific to that, without, I'm sure we'll interact with such reports at some point in time. But now that you've just placed that and they seem to be fresh, you can take 2 minutes to tell us that before we go to Mr. Disi.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The SAPS one, you'd recall that that happened. There were young people who were filming in the Krugersdorp area, and they suffered they were sexually assaulted during that process. And the SAPS, in an attempt to investigate that matter and to galvanize, if I can say that, resources to investigate the case, then they shared the personal information of the victims on WhatsApp. It was their names, their ID numbers, and so on. And the WhatsApp, which was intended to be for internal use, leaked, and the WhatsApp message went viral, and we then decided to conduct an own initiative investigation of contravention with the protection of personal information, and we found that the SAPS had violated almost all the sections of POPIA, and we then ordered them to take certain actions, including issuing a public apology to the victims of the sexual assault, which they have done. They have responded in full to our recommendations within the timeframes that we had given to them, and they issued the National Commissioner actually issued that public apology in all national media, both electronic and print. So we are satisfied with that. The DOJ, as you know, and it's a matter that the Portfolio Committee raised with us about on 3 occasions. It was the data breach that they suffered in 2021. And we did an assessment this time and not an investigation. We assessed what cost the data breach, and we found that what was the problem really was the non-renewal of licenses, a number of licenses, for instance, for antivirus and for security and so on. And that's the report that we released yesterday. And it's the report that we have made. I mean, we issued a press statement today, and probably the chairperson will and the members will find that. And the other one, which is of interest really, which did not get a lot of media attention, was the PAIA one, and it relates to information relating to the royalties paid to musicians, which the REV, the company that held the information, did not release the royalties and the information relating to the royalties. And we then investigated and ordered them to release that information relating the royalties that they are holding, that they're supposed to be paying to the musicians. That's the one where we received notice that the requester is actually taking the report on review. So those are the issues. Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I think you are muted. I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's on my side or maybe. there's a problem.
Okay, I was muted. My apology. Thank you, Metlakula, for that, for the heads up on those issues. As I indicate that today's meeting was not about that, but they are matters of national interest, and we're looking forward to interact with those kind of outcomes. I'm sure members will engage on those when we have to do that. Over to you, Mr. Nemasisi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members, and good afternoon to the Chairperson of the Information Regulator as well. Chair, in the interest of time, as you have indicated that we should take this report as read by the honorable members and you, Chair, we firstly, I want to thank the members of Parliament, the Parliament, to allow us to present and table our annual performance plan. I am going to jump, Chair, to our performance measurements, where we'll go straight into what is it that we'll be doing as the information regulator throughout this current financial year. If you can move to the next slide. Chair, the information regulator has got 5 programs, which in other organizations, they call them divisions. And in total, we have planned about 20 targets that we have planned across the financial year. And each program, obviously, we focus on the core business, which is Bobia, Paya, and your EduCom communication, wherein we engage with our stakeholders. The first program, Chair, that I'm going to present on our plan target will be the protection of personal information, which is program 1. We have about 6 plans target in this division. And the first target will be what we call a complex complaints these are the complaints that goes through the investigation. Our target, Chair, in this financial year is that 60% of those complaints should have been investigated and completed within the timeframes. In this regard, Chair, the timeframes is about 12 months to complete investigation. We call them complex complaints. We also have, Chair, what we call a simple complaints. Simple complaints are those complaints that were resolved through alternative dispute resolution, for example, conciliation, mediation. And these ones, Chair, we have targeted that each complaint that is classified as simple complaints, 100% of those complaints should be completed within the prescribed period, which is 3 months. That's the plan's target for this financial year. We also, Chair, as the Chairperson of the regulator has indicated, we've planned own initiative assessments. These are assessments on bodies that we have targeted to conduct own initiative assessments. In this regard, we've planned, Chair, that we'll conduct about 12 assessments. The reason why we're doing 12 assessments on the POPIA is because assessment under POPIA is very complicated because you deal with about 8 conditions and it takes about 2 days to complete each investigation. After that, we need to compile an investigation report. Hence, we've targeted 12 bodies that will be assessed on own initiative. We do, Chair, in terms of POPIA, required to conduct assessment upon request. And we said on all the requests that we're going to receive to conduct an assessment, we have planned that at least 50% of those assessments that we would have received in this financial year, we should have completed the assessment. So our target is 50% on assessment. The next target that we have is the guidance note. What we have noticed, Chair, is that we and members, honorable members, is that we do have high number of unsolicited direct marketing and wherein people receive a lot of calls and SMSs. And we said in this regard as the regulator, we decided that we're going to develop and issue a guidance note on direct marketing. And this guidance note will guide the responsible parties, those who are running the call centers, on how they should conduct themselves in compliance with POPIA. So we have planned that we'll issue that guidance note in this financial year in our efforts to try and curb the high number of unsolicited direct marketing, which in general, they are actually in violation of the protection of personal information. Chair, though, if we can go to the next slide. And those are the indicated under the protection of personal information. Maybe perhaps, Chair, just to highlight on the POPIA division, we have established a new subdivision that deals with security compromise. We are in the process of filling those positions under that subdivision. And that is mainly because we've got a high number of security compromise that have been reported in the information regulator. If now I can move to program 2, which is the promotion of access to information, we've got 2 sub-program under this program, which is the one that deals with complaints and investigation. The other one deals with compliance and monitoring. We do also have classification of complaints, and we also targeted on this division, Chair, that the complaints that are classified as complex, as I indicated earlier on, those are the complaints that we've decided to conduct a full investigation. We are targeting 60% of those complaints, that 60% of the complaints that we receive in this financial year should be completed within the prescribed period of 12 months, and which is the same as under the POPIA division. Same as the second target, which is the simple complaints, those that will resolve in terms of alternative dispute processes, such as conciliation and mediation. We have targeted 100%. I can also indicate, Chair, that majority of complaints that we receive in the information regulator are actually resolved through this alternative dispute resolution. And this is mainly because we are focusing on, because we're dealing with the constitutional right, and therefore we do not want to delay by conducting investigation on matters that can be resolved and people receive their records in time so that they can exercise their rights. In terms of assessments, Chair, the information regulator under PAIA does have the power to conduct assessment on own initiative as well. And we've targeted to conduct an assessment on about 108 targeted public and private bodies. The chairperson has indicated what we did in the previous financial year. In this financial year is 108, as we indicated in the first quarter, we'll be dealing with the political parties and universities. Second quarter, we'll be assessing the national departments. And the third quarter is provincial department. And the fourth quarter will be assessing JSE listed companies, which are private companies. So all in all will be 108 targeted public and private bodies that will be conducting compliance assessment. We also, Chair, do receive requests to conduct an assessment on those public and private bodies which are alleged not to be compliant with PAIA. Our target is that in the very least, we should finalize assessment on those at least 50% of those requests that we receive. We receive the request to conduct an assessment. And those are the annual targets under the program 2, which is the promotion of access to information. If you can move to the next slide. The program 3 is education and communication. This is one of our biggest division, Chair, where we've got 4 subdivisions. We've got communication and media relation. We've got policy and research. We've got stakeholder engagement, and the last subdivision is education and public awareness. We have planned, Chair, to conduct 9 educational programs. That is insofar as POPIA is concerned. These are the programs that we conduct throughout the financial year under the POPIA division. Also, under the promotion of access to information, we also plan to conduct about 9 educational programs throughout the financial year. As you can see, we staggered them in terms of quarterly targets as well. We also, Chair, have an obligation to ensure that South Africans are aware of their rights to privacy. And how do we know that? We said we'll then conduct a research just to check in terms of the program that we conduct, the educational program that we conduct, whether we are reaching the people that we're supposed to reach in terms of outreach program that we have. And in terms of our research program, our target is that at least 10% of South Africans should be aware of the right to privacy. And they become aware of this through our educational program, but we need to check the progress in terms of what we're doing when we conduct those assessments. So under the right of privacy, under POPIA, we are targeting that when we do the research, that at least 10% of those should be aware of the rights to privacy, and which is obviously more important for us as the regulator. Also, in terms of promotion of access to information, we're also going to conduct a research wherein our target to ensure that we at least reach about 10% of South African citizens are aware of the right of access to information. And that's the policy document that we're going to conduct, wherein our target is that 10% of nationality representation are actually aware of the right of access to information. Chair, under this program, we'll also do what we call a public awareness program on the right of access to information and right to privacy. Our target, Chair, in this indicator is that at least we should conduct about 34 public awareness programs, and these are staggered across the quarterly targets where, for example, quarter 1 and 2 will be doing about 9 on each of those quarters. You can move to the next slide. Under the Legal Services Chair, we are required as the information regulator. Whenever Parliament in the process of passing a legislation, we should conduct an assessment on those legislation that impact on the rights to privacy. And we've targeted that in this financial year, we should be able to assess at least 6 proposed legislation. We'll have to examine those legislation and submit the report. So we will, in the legislation that are about processed by Parliament, we look at those legislation and check those legislation that impact on the processing of personal information. And our target is that we should at least, at the very least, Chair, look at about 6 of those legislation that the Parliament may process this financial year and examine them and check whether the proposed legislation is actually in line with the provision of POPIA. And we'll submit that report to Parliament as well as to the Minister. We also, Chair, are in the process of, as you look at the regulation that we issued in 2018, the regulator did not regulate the section 32(1)(b) as this was required. These are the regulations relating to processing of certain certain personal information. We are in the process, we targeted that we're going to now issue the regulations in this financial year. And the target is that the draft regulation containing the application of section 32F of POPIA should have been approved by the regulator and publicized for public comments. We have already indicated that in the first quarter, we'll be doing the draft regulations and we'll do consultation. And by the end of financial year, we should have approved and submitted, publicized that document for public comment. And this is because the regulator has got power to issue regulations. The program 5, which is the last program, Chair, we have got the Office of the CEO, the Corporate Services, as well as Finance. Chair, in terms of the Office of the CEO, we have targeted that 100% of recommendation finding of the Enforcement Committee should be considered and finalized. Chair, as you may be aware, and honorable members, we have established the Enforcement Committee as the chairperson of the regulator have indicated that we've issued reports and enforcement notices have already been issued. So we want to ensure that all the recommendations and findings that are submitted to the Enforcement Committee are actually considered and finalized within the prescribed period. And our target is that there should not be any backlog at the Enforcement Committee and at the members level in terms of considering those matters that are referred to the Enforcement Committee and are considered by the members. Under the corporate services, we are targeting to conduct a research on technological change affecting protection of personal information. Our target is that in this end of this financial year, that research should have been adopted by the members. And that's what we are targeting under the corporate services, that we should check the technological changes that are happening that affect the protection of personal information. Can move to the next slide. Chair, we also, in terms of our expenditure, Chair, maybe perhaps I can hand over the finance to our CFO to take us through the finance expenditure targets that we have and the budget that we have. If the CFO can take us through the annual targets under the finance.
With your permission, Chairperson, with your permission, can the CFO take over from here?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, members of the regulator. Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Zulu. I'll be taking you through the targets of expenditure as well as the procurement of goods and services. With the budget allocation that we've been given, the annual target for us to spend all the funds that we have been allocated is 95%, and we have fragmented it over the quarters cumulatively to the end of the financial year. So the first quarter, we will be looking at expending 25% of our budgets, the second quarter, 65%, the third quarter, 85%, and then the last quarter, which is cumulatively with the 95% of the budget that has been allocated to us. In terms of the percentage of procurement, we have avoided that our procurement be done in the last quarter. So we've fragmented our procurement in the first quarter to 80%, the second quarter to 85%, and 95% at the last quarter. And the budget that has been allocated to the regulator, it was an increase by 8% from the previous financial year. It is now 109 million, which is at the left-hand corner, 109,309,000. So the bulk of the budget of the information regulator goes to the compensation of employees, which is the payment of salaries. And then the goods and services budget is 28.1 million. And then followed by the capital expenditure budget, which is 3.1 million. And you would see that it is not a very big budget. So because the chair has indicated earlier the commitments that we have and the commitments that have been outlined in the APP, we will just indicate the commitments for the year to indicate what we are left with at the end of those commitments. If we can move to the next slide. The allocation per economic classification, I've just indicated a bit, and I'm going to focus on the second column, which is 2023-24, which I've just indicated that has been increased by 8%. From the previous budget, it was 100 million. And I've indicated earlier that the compensation budget takes the bulk of our expenditure, which is 78 million, goods and services, 28 million, and then capital assets, it's 3.1 million. And the graph that is depicted on the left-hand side, it actually indicates the percentage growth of our budget. In the previous year, which is 2022-23, coming from 21-22, the increase of our budget was 13%, and then it went down to 8%, by 8%, just because of the cost of living adjustment. I think that was the adjustment that was given on this 8%. And then it goes down to 4% in the outer years, which is 2024 and 2025. If we can move to the next slide. As I have indicated earlier, that we already have commitments that have been committed in this financial year. In terms of compensation of employees, which is on the left, we have officials that have already been appointed by the regulator, which will cost the regulator 61.9 million. The allocated budget is 78 million, and then we have about 5 vacant funded posts of 3.9 million. With the increase of the activities of the regulator, we will need to have more money in appointing additional capacity to deal with the complaints and the security breaches. And then in terms of the projected increase, we now know that it's the agreement has been 7.5%, but we had projected 5% of the increase of the salaries. And then we have about 20 interns. The service bonuses are estimated at 1.1, and then the pay progression at 226. Honorable Chair, if I can just indicate that the commitments where we have already issued the orders and we have committed ourselves in terms of procurement is actually amounting to 27.3 million for this year, which leaves us with an available funding of 731,000. So if we wanted to do anything else, we would have to accommodate it in this 731,000, which is not really possible can reach all the activities that we would like to achieve. So with regards to SETA, we've already paid 4.1 million just in the month of April alone. And then the other SETA activities for developing our systems is about 4 million. And then the cloud hosting for SETA per month is 185,000. And then which translates to 2.2 million per annum. Complaints management system, just the support of SETA, it costs us about 3.6 million. And then Microsoft license is 1.3 million. We've just acquired the additional space in the building to accommodate all the employees of the regulator, which is going to require the network infrastructure of about 700,000. The acting CEO did indicate that the enforcement committee is now fully fledged, and the funding that we have set aside for the enforcement committee and the meetings and the deliberations that they will have is 2.2 million. On research publications, which is mostly under Program 3, EDUCOM, we have committed ourselves to 2.8 million, which the orders were issued in the previous year. And then in terms of operating leases, which is the building or additional space that we have acquired, we have set aside 6.3. Now it leaves us with very little space to breathe because there are other costs that we have not actually even outlined here, like legal costs, which you can't really estimate. So which means the budget constraints of the regulator are quite stringent. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's our presentation. We'll take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tlagula, Chairperson of the Regulator. I'm now going to invite members to interact with this presentation, starting with Honorable Horn, Honorable Nievold, those are the only two hands I have, and I will come after that to just raise a few issues from the chair. Over to you, Honorable Horn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Chair, at the outset, I think we said it in the past, we must repeat our concern about the listing as an entity. I think at the previous engagement on the specific issue, we already expressed the view that maybe as part of oversight, this committee should consider getting all stakeholders or role players around the table if they're not going to get around a table. And from our side, I think we renew that specific point of view. Maybe for the rest, the less we say about that specific issue, the better. But maybe just to say that we share the concerns about not only the independence of the information regulator, but ultimately also about the optimal functionality. Then, Chair, in respect of the presentation, a few matters I would want to ask for a bit further, a bit more. The one is the identified risk or weakness there around the retention of staff. And yes, even amongst the team today, we've noted that there's again persons acting in positions, and to the best of our recollection, that was in respect of positions where there has been appointments previously. Previously we were informed that there was a struggle to get, I want to say, subject matter experts to be appointed. Is that still an issue? And then in terms of the failure to retain staff, has there been done an assessment as to why people would want to leave basically a fresh, clean-cut institution where there's really an opportunity to make a mark? So it is of a concern that seemingly is happening. Then, Chair, in respect of the one other, I want to say, risk that has been identified, and that is the rapid growth in technology, and I would think that refers to artificial intelligence specifically, and one forms a sense that and it's good to hear that the information regulator is already under the impression that this brings huge risks to both the personal protection of personal information of citizens and maybe high-profile citizens specifically, but on the other hand, it will the abuse of artificial intelligence holds grave potential to undermine the rights of access to credible information of ordinary citizens. So let's forget for a moment about politics, although that's, of course, immediately where we're thinking around it. But we saw the so-called interview with Michael Schumacher, the Formula One racing driver who's been out of the public eye after a horrific accident for years. And of course, on a personal level, there was this shock on the part of his family. But then if one thinks about high-profile people in South Africa and the possibilities around deep fake and how that can undermine, as I say, these rights, but also really our constitutional democracy, one would think that a body like the information regulator must spend some time to think about how this could be curbed and prevented. And it would be good to hear whether they've touched base with experts on this. There's a part of the team seemingly at a conference. Is this something information regulators globally is wrestling with? And at the risk of placing our faith in also possibly institutions that can apply answers or solutions, are we looking in the wrong direction for solutions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Honorable Navold.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone from the Information Regulator on the platform. Thank you for your presentation. I have a very, very short question, a couple of short questions. Firstly, with regard to SAPS and the spread of personal information, it is a very big concern. It's like a second victimization to the rape victims. So I'm wondering if the information regulator gives detailed briefings or information to all the entities like SAPS, especially, where they can abuse personal information of people that they interact with, which can prevent the rape victim from coming forward and giving detailed, sensitive information, without apologies. And I feel that the IR must play a bigger role in sensitizing all governments, or the whole of government sector, not to spread personal information, because we have the POPIA Act, and it should not be done. Then I see that you're talking about data breach mostly from the renewal of licenses, and I really feel that that's negligence, to renew your license, or not to renew your license. So can you ask government departments for them to protect data and information, especially data that is within government and government information, to prevent that from happening, to regularly update their licenses? That needs to happen. So how is the information regulator playing a role to explain this or get the government departments to do? And then there was a talk about of finding the necessary skills, especially with regard to IT skills within the IR. So I'm just curious, since then, with our last interaction, is there any update with regard to finding these skilled and skills and expertise of people that can work in the IR? Thank you, Chair. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, Honorable Nieuwhout, for your contribution. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to everybody. I would like to know from the regulator if any progress has been made with regards to the investigation of the ransomware attack on the Department of Justice. Have they received the required cooperation now from the department in order to make some progress with that investigation? If so, what is the progress? And then there have been many breaches of South Africans' personal information just recently, big breaches. The Real Promotions data breach, the ShopRite data breach, the Dis-Chem data breach, TransUnion data breach, the Debt-In data breach. Are these issues that are being investigated by the information regulator? What kind of cooperation are they obtaining from the implicated parties, and what proactive approach are they able to take in order to assist people to prevent these kind of breaches? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Chairperson of the regulator and the CEO, those are the questions that members have posed that you need to respond to. Maybe just before you do that, is just to make the point, in addition to the issues raised by Honorable Horn, I think you've made a point, for example, that already this issue of royalties paid to musicians is being taken to court. Now, I missed a comprehensive plan of risk register management accompanying this APP. We now know we're beyond just a project management mindset, which encourages us to achieve things on time. We combine that with the possibilities of things either not happening or things happening that are outside of our control, like the COVID that we had. And so they are now twin tasks that are overarching for anything you plan, which is that project management mindset, but as well as the risk management and the mitigating measures towards that. If any plans get presented without comprehensive plans around how the risks are managed, we already know before you implement them that there is going to be a problem. You've already identified one major risk that is coming your way, and you would not have budgeted for that nor planned for it. because now information regulator is coming into its own. It's been in this shaping, building process. You are now indicating to us one of your key outcomes or decisions is being challenged, and you are indicating that you have not budgeted for those litigation costs, and so the issue is, so from where I'm sitting, that has to be risk number one that you are going to need to put into that. And there would have been others, for example, that Honorable Horn raised, the issue of retention of staff in an organization that is starting up in a way, even though it's been there now for a while, in the manner he has asked that, because unless people treat it as a necessary, and there's this issue of artificial intelligence. So there's quite a number of risks that when I look at the plans in the APP, I'm not in a position to say you have fully looked at issues and this is how you're going to mitigate some of the issues, because the issues you're going to deal with are not nice to deal issues. They're always going to be challenging, and you're going to be challenging these big institutions that are abusing issues of data and so on, or others that are just purely incompetent, like the DOJ. The issue of non-renewal is about incompetence, nothing else. So I just wanted to add those as you respond as a team to these questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to respond to these questions. Likely some of them we have thought about. Of course, about the assessment of why people are resigning, and what we have done about that, I'm going to ask Ms. Shube to answer that question. But we have identified this as a risk. And actually, just last week, I shared some article with my colleagues about, the rate at which young people in particular resign at organizations looking for more money and so on. And with us, because we are, a new organization, we train people on this new aspect of the law. And the private sector thereafter, they grab them and they pay them lots of money, which we can't compete with. But as far as that is concerned, Ms. Shube, about what we have done with that, please respond to that question, and about whether we've been able to get subject matter experts, particularly in the field of data breaches. Can you please deal with that? And then after that, I will then say how the other questions are going to be responded to. Ms. Shube.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Regulator. Regarding the high staff turnover in the Regulator, indeed, we have identified this as a risk and elevated it as one of our enterprise-wide risks, which we report about every quarter in our oversight structures in the committees of the Regulator. We have put in place measures to address this. What we did in the third quarter of the previous financial year, we conducted a survey which were assisted by our health risk service provider to conduct a survey anonymously to everyone in the organization. All the staff members were interviewed just to get a finding on how they view the organization, what are their concerns, and how do they think we can address their concerns. But also we do conduct exit interviews when people are leaving the organization, where we just seek to understand deeper what are the reasons behind resignation. So what we found that there are a number of concerns that they are raising, but key amongst them is the issue of salaries, that the salaries that we are paying as the regulator are not really, they feel that they are not market related if they compare us with other entities, not with government, because we have aligned our structures, our salary structures with government. And secondly, it was the issue of non-listing of the regulator. They don't see the regulator as a secure organization, the fact that we are still not listed. Those are the key things that I may raise to the portfolio committee that are critical for us, that they need attention. What we did, we have therefore come up with an action plan where we identified all the issues which were raised, and we came up with mitigation to say this is how we are going to mitigate all the matters that have been addressed. We started. The first one that we thought we will win was the issue of the members' conditions of service for the members, because once the conditions of service for members are determined, it will also assist us to then come back and deal with the issues of conditions of service for staff of the regulator, and that is still not finalized, and we raised it in our meeting of February. So basically, those are the things that we have put in place to address the issue of staff turnover. So we will be submitting the action plan for approval to the members in our next members meeting, and then we implement most of the measures that are there. However, some of them we have already started implementing them. We have enrolled our middle managers for training with one of the training institutions for management development, just to provide them with skills to address some of the issues that they raised during the survey. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Shube. I will deal with the question raised by Mr. Honorable Horn on rapid growth in technology, particularly the issues relating to AI, disinformation, deepfake, and so on. This matter is a matter that we have discussed. Fortunately, about 2 months ago, I was invited by UNESCO to join I was on the panel of the plenary sessions that they held in Paris, where they were looking at this issue, how we can use, how can disinformation be countered in a way that will not affect the free flow of information. And I think we are in a good space here in South Africa because our PAIA, Access to Information Act, applies to both private and public bodies. And internally, we are looking at how we can use PAIA to get information from digital platforms on their policies around AI, their policies around disinformation, and so on, because the fact check process that they apply, together with removal of offensive information, happens after the fact, after the damage has been done. The very issue that you raised of disinformation on Michael Schumacher is one of those. I'm sure you also saw the deepfake of the Pope playing basketball and so on. So those issues are issues that we are discussing and seeing how we can use PAIA effectively to sort of get the platforms accountable. And in fact, this morning we also had a workshop, on research that has been conducted on these issues. So we can assure you that we have our sights on this issue, particularly in the run-up to the elections, not only in our country. There are 90 elections that are happening globally. And you can imagine if disinformation and deepfake and so on, and GPT and all those things are not properly handled, I think they are a big threat to democracy, as you have